Peace to the family. This is Abdul Ali, candidate for U.S. House District 12 here in Charlotte, North Carolina. Let's just be real, folks. The Democrats have destroyed our major cities. Their policies have made us less safe, they've given us less economic opportunity, and they've provided less educational opportunities for our children. And that's why I'm running for Congress, because I know what it takes to improve these issues. I've got great working relationships already in D.C. I've spent the last 10 years of my life building my political resume so that one of us, somebody who thinks like we do, could get into D.C. and make a difference. I want you to visit aliforcongress.com to find out more about my campaign. The Democrats have already done enough, and now they're putting illegal aliens in front of people like you and me, folks whose ancestors built this country and made it what it is today. So again, I'm asking you to support me in my run for U.S. House District 12 here in North Carolina. You don't have to live in North Carolina to support, because what happens in Congress affects the entire country. So again, it's aliforcongress.com. I hope to have your support. Peace and love, y'all.
All right. So I done got pressed. I done been pressed by the goons. I'm going to say the holistic goons. The holistic goons have put Dr. Inky under pressure. Right? The holistic goon squad done hit me up and put me under pressure. They like, yo, you better do this. So I've been pressed into doing two things, one of which I cannot tell you about right now. Just know that the next book that comes out, not the one that's coming out. Oh, so wait a minute. So the book is out right now. Go to Amazon and get the HIV, get the Codex right now. Go get that book right now. It's on Amazon. HIV, Candida, Pcos, oh my, the Soulcraft Codex is out right now. All right, so go grab that. But the very next book, the holistic thugs, emphasis on the thugs part, have pressed Dr. Inky into writing the book, right? So that's coming. But the other thing I was pressed about was yesterday's live. I was pressed about yesterday's live. Okay, they was on my bumper. Shout out to Marv. Right, listen, they was on my bumper. They said, hold up. You think you slick. You gave us some good info. The video was good. Nobody complained about that, but they wanted more info on, exactly what goes on with the HIV. And I'm like, hold up, you must have not saw the whole video, because we didn't lay out no techniques. I didn't lay out no techniques, but we went through it. You know what I'm saying? But they pressed me. It's like, no. When you go live today, this is what we want to see. Okay, we want you to go back into that subject matter, right? Because this is a real thing. It's a real thing, and people are frustrated. People want help. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people, they've been feeling like, they've been spending money with a lot of folks, and they haven't really been getting the progress. They've been really getting the progress. And a lot of times what's happening is, to cover up for people's lack of understanding, what they're doing is they're just blaming people. Right. So you contact folks, you're like, hey, I need whatever you got for HIV. Like, all right, cool. Here's $2,000. Get all this right here and take this and stop eating everything you ever ate before. And, you should be good. You know what I'm saying? Like, and Listen, there's a cost for getting educated by Dr. Inky. Okay. And a part of that cost is you have to deal with my wickedly eccentric sense of humor. Right? That's a very respectful and nice way of saying Dr. Inky is becoming an old crazy ass a-hole, right? So I have a wickedly eccentric sense of humor, right? That's how we say that, right? So we're going to look at we're going to go in more detail, right? We're going to go in more detail. So this is going to be one of those classics right here. This is going to be a classic. Oh, I got to get me some drinks. Hold on, I need some hydration. I got to get me some hydration. Give me a second. And this will be a classic, though. I promise y'all, this will be a classic. So,
Myron.
Ooh,
Myron.
What?
What are you doing? What you doing?
What you talking about? What am I doing?
You reading them nasty books again, right, Myron?
Man, nobody read no nasty books, man. You scared the hell out of me. What you talking about, man? Wait, I ain't did that in about 2 weeks.
You called yesterday too. What you reading? What you reading?
You scared the goddamn book, man. Dr. Inky. I went on Amazon and got 3 Dr. Inky books because I'm reading about melatonin and biochemistry.
What is, Myron, that's not even a, first of all, it's not melatonin and whatever it is that you just said. It's melanin and biochemistry. You can't even pronounce the word, so how you reading? How you reading, Myron?
I'm not looking at the pictures. I know I'm looking at the pictures. I got the books right here. I'm looking at the pictures. You know, it ain't nothing nasty about this. So what are you talking about? I got all the books right here. What are you talking about?
Myron, you don't even know how to read. Every time we get mail, you bring it to me. You think I don't know that?
I was hooked on Phoenix. Now, what you talking about? I was hooked on Phoenix, so I know how to read.
As of when? As of when? Because first of all, hooked on phonics, I believe it's for kids. There's no such thing as hooked on Phoenix. And if I recall, you're the same person that thought reindeer was pronounced reinder, and you're the same person that thought pigeon was pronounced piggy-on. So it makes sense that you went to hooked on Phoenix.
Man, such a dumbass.
No,
you always trying to say somebody can't read. I know exactly what I'm talking about, man. I'm reading the book. I got the book. I got the goddamn receipt right here. I got the goddamn receipt right here for the books. What you talking about?
Well, you need to return them for somebody who know how to read them. And I still don't. It's probably all type of stuff in the inside of the books, Myron. That's how sneaky you are. Give me the books. Give me the books, Myron.
Man, no,
give me the books, Myron.
Amazon.
Give me the books, Myron.
I'm not giving you none. I got these books off Amazon. I'm not giving you the books. Ain't that no?
Bye.
I've been in this game for years. You're animals to the
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
If you do not have this, and see, listen, when some of these classics come around, you know, like this one's a classic, so you have a journal in it. You got journal space. When you get these books like this with journal space in it, when you get the Gold book, when you're watching these lives like this, right? When you get these certain books, you're supposed to put your notes from watching the lives in the books. In the books. You know what I'm saying? You need to put your notes in the book. I would have did this earlier. And let me apologize in advance too. I'm sleepy. So why do you live if you're sleepy? Listen, relax. Okay. I'm just a little less well rested than I'd like to be. Okay. But I had to start, this morning. the little ones, right? Dad, you forgot. It's trunk or treat. You know what I'm saying? So we had to go trunk or treat this morning, right? So that's what they do out here in the nicer neighborhoods. They do trunk or treat. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to come out on Halloween or whatever, I guess, you know, the weekend before Halloween in the daytime, nice and bright. You know what I'm saying? Kids get to wear their little outfits. And, you know, the teachers and the parents, they just kind of giving kids candy or whatever the case may be. They really didn't even give them that much candy. It's getting different over the years, right? It's getting different over the years. When I was little, they gave kids money. I used to come home on Halloween with like $20, $50 in my, you know, handfuls of change. You know what I'm saying? Every so often you get a dollar bill, but you got money. You know what I'm saying? I guess that's in the hood. You know what I'm saying? Maybe people are still giving away money because you want to have money. So maybe that, you know, kids want that morning candy. So I guess because I had that experience, you know, my children, they didn't get, like kids, they don't give away money anymore. So I started telling my children how to turn the candy into money. Right? All right. So let me think of where we should start, because I know y'all want to get the business. Right. So I think the first thing we should address is this. Right. I think the first thing we should address is this. Right. This is the first thing we need to address. And on one level, I always warn people to protect themselves. If you're a holistic healer, right? A holistic healer. I mean, let me give some, right? Let me give some levels. Let me give you some ideas on what some of these. So let's start here, right? And I'm going to move in quality of care, right? So I'm going to give you a list, and the list is going to also correspond with quality of care. Okay. So now at the bottom of our list, right, which you should be expecting the least quality of care, right? You have the, let's go herbal salesman. Right? So you got herbal salesman. Turn that up so I can move it out to the side. There you go. But don't get back in the way. Stay there. All right, boom. So you got herbal salesman, right? And then your herbal salesman is somebody on the internet that's talking about healing people and herbs and diet and all that, but they don't really have any experience or any formal education. Right? So they don't have any certifications or anything like that. No certifications, nobody co-signing. They're just kind of floating out there doing their own thing, right? Now, none of these are isolated because, and I'm not necessarily saying bad or good. I know I kick a lot of dirt on the herbal salesman, but a lot of people start out as an herbal salesman, right? And usually you don't know any better when you're a herbal salesman. You get insulted. Like me, when I started out as a herbal salesman, you know what I'm saying? I had brothers around me that was like, yo, you know, you are really intelligent. You really know a lot more than you shouldn't stay in that pocket. You need to grow. You need to actually go somewhere and learn some stuff and blah, 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 blah. So anyway, herbal salesman. Then you have the holistic healer. Right? Holistic healer is an herbal salesman. Right? May have been an herbal salesman. Depends on when they jump on the scene. Right? But a holistic healer has non-traditional non-traditional certification. Right? Non-traditional certification. Right? This means somebody's co-signing. Right? Somebody's co-signing. You studied with somebody that has some sort of juice to them, right? They have some experience. They've been doing it for 10 years, 20 years, you know, good track record. And so that person is now, so that's that. Or, right? Or you've been a herbal salesman so long, right? 5 years, 10 years. This is the slow grind, right? Which is the best grind. You've built your own reputation, right? And your own resume. So now you can officially be considered a holistic healer, right? Now, next up, you have the naturopathic folks, right? This, you got to go get you a certification. Certification could be anywhere from a matter of months to maybe a year or two, right? Depends on where you go and how far you want to go in your certification, right? Then from there, right, now you start to move into your MDs, your surgeon. No, you don't need a surgeon. But you start to move into your more academic, or start to move more into the professional, or what should we say, mainstream. We'll just put mainstream. Right? Mainstream. Right? So when I say quality of care, I'm not necessarily talking about how well somebody can do what it is they're saying. I'm talking about everything else that's attached. Everything else that's attached, right? Because the higher you go up, the more of a machine you have associated with your care, right? Now, I have to constantly be honest about this and tell you that people with money do not make a decision and choose from this or this or this or this. Only people with poverty type of mindset, and it's not about money. Only people with poverty mindset choose this or that or the other, right? LeBron is not going to choose any of these. LeBron is going to have all of this. And that's the real best type of healthcare, right? The best healthcare you could wish for is to have a team of everybody working together, right? So you get that advantage. That's what I try to give with the books, right? Because if you have the book, you are so well educated on what you're dealing with that you know how to select a team, right? You know how to select a team to help you. And mainstream doesn't just include like MDs and all that. That's personal trainers, right? So this is not just MDs. Okay, you got MDs, CPTs, dietitians, right? Nutritionists. And that's where things can get crazy, because you have some people that may be qualified in different spaces, right? So I'm a certified personal trainer, certified sports nutritionist, a certified herbalist, a certified naturopath. So you see, I got some stuff in different spaces, right? And it's just really about giving you more information. The more information you get, the better you can handle your situation, whatever that is, even if that's just a common cold, right? That's what you want. You want, and when you get results, your results need to be verifiable any space. In any space, your results should be verifiable. If you get them from here, you know, you should be able to, no matter where you get your results, they should be verifiable, right? So I want to talk about this for a second, right? I want to talk about this for a second. And the expectations are different too. As you move up that list, the expectations are higher. What you're expected to know and what you're expected to teach and share, it gets higher. The higher you go up that list, the more qualified you are, the more we're expecting from you, right? So now, here's the thing with HIV. The first thing, you in this space, these are two different things. These are not the same thing. These are not the same thing. So I don't want anybody out there getting conned or fooled or tricked, right? We want to be able to be as transparent as possible with helping folks. And if you are somebody that's in the health field and you're trying to help folks, know that in order to feed your family, you don't have, if people have a lifelong illness, you don't have to lie or even, like you don't have to cure somebody in order to have your business. You know what I'm saying? Like a personal trainer can improve the quality of life for somebody in either space without saying, I can cure you. Right? So a personal trainer is still valuable. A dietitian or a nutritionist can improve quality of life without having to say, like you don't have to say that just to get a view, a like, a click, or people to be interested. Right? So that's the first thing. Now, the second thing is the difference between these two things, right? So this here, this is positive for the virus, right? Right, that's positive for a virus. And now we can get a little into more specifics about whether it's actually a virus or the antigens or the proof, the antibodies or whatever the case may be to show that your body's fighting something off or whatever. Relax. You know what I'm saying? There's always somebody looking for a debate, so they're looking to poke a hole. Sometimes you got to simplify things to build people's. You got to teach. You don't just jump into high school. You start first grade, second grade, middle school. You move it on up. So just to simplify, that's this. On this side, right? On this side is different, right? This is your immune system. Your immune system is broken. Your immune system's broken. Now you're on the death clock, right? Now you have specific manifestations of illness. You may not have manifestations of illness here. There have been people that had HIV for years, decades, without developing AIDS. Okay? Separate things, right? So now, if a person or entity or an organization or a group says they can cure AIDS, that is not the same as saying that they cured HIV. All that means is that they put you back here, right? Because this is healthy is over here. Let's just put healthy over here. Let's put healthy all the way over here in a third category, right? So this will be this, right? But this would be this, right? So that, hopefully, this can help clear up some confusion. If a person has the actual infection, their autoimmune deficiency syndrome, their immune system is broken down, right? Reversing that puts you here, but that doesn't put you here, right? So that's not the same, right? That's not the same. There's people look at Magic Johnson, right? Like there's people that are HIV positive, but they don't have AIDS, right? So you need to understand there's a difference, right? And there are people that will know the difference, that will be marketing certain things to you, but they will obfuscate like they'll take advantage of the fact that you don't know the difference at home. You like HIV, AIDS is all the same thing, right? It's not the same thing. So, yeah, let's look at, so with that being said, let's take a quick look at some stuff on the internet, because the internet's having an interesting, there's an interesting landscape developing on the internet. So we're going to take a look at some stuff. And keep in mind, it's funny. I'm going to tell you what's funny about this is most of this stuff developed after Dr. Sebi passed, after Dr. Sebi transitioned, right? So when Dr. Sebi's alive, it's impossible to, to have any impact on these because blah, 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 blah. Literally within 3 weeks, that's what made me start the Dr. Sebi tour to commemorate his life and his legacy. You know what I'm saying? When he passed, I saw 2 things begin to happen. And when I'm talking about within weeks. Within weeks, Amazon and eBay was flooded with all kinds of different people that I didn't know from a hole in the wall. And I'm the authority. Not the family. I'm the authority because when stuff hit the fan, I'm the one they call to come clean it up, right? So I'm like, hold up. Who's that? So I'm seeing all these people on Amazon and eBay all of a sudden out of nowhere. They got Sebi books and they got Sebi sea mosses. And most of the sea mosses is the wrong thing. It's not like it's all over the place. So I call up KT. I'm like, bro, we're going to have to make a quick run. So you got to stop what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? I had this thing over here cooking, working on, I got some stuff I'm working on here in Detroit, but we're going to have to go across the country real quick. We got to see how many cities we could put together or get some people to help us, whatever the case may be. But if we don't get some quality control out here, it's getting ready to spiral out of control. Right. So that was the one thing I saw, the websites and all that stuff. And then the other thing I saw was actual, different folks from around the world, pharmaceutical companies, like mainstream folks at that, started to saying things like they had a cure, or you see the other advertisements that says undetectable, right? And so most people don't understand that. Also, that needs to go up. I'm glad I said that before we went to any video, right? So that's another thing. Okay, so over here, in order to cure HIV, you would have to eliminate all of the virus from a person's body, right? That's totally different than this, where you would just be eliminating symptoms, because that's how this is classified, right? So let's say there are 3 symptoms that if you have those, or 2 out of 3 or 3 out of 5, that's how they do it. You get a group of symptoms, and if you have this many of the symptoms, then you qualify as having this disease or this syndrome. If you don't have the symptoms, you don't have the syndrome. So technically, let's say it takes 4 different symptoms to be qualified as having AIDS. Well, if somebody, doctor, pharmacist, herbalist, naturopath, dietitian, trainer, whoever, you by dumb luck, whatever, if you should happen to get rid of 1 or 2 of these symptoms, guess what? You no longer qualify as this, right? So there's that, right? Over here, though, oh, no. You have to clear this from a person's body. And undetectable is not cured. Undetectable is not cured. Okay? Undetectable is not cured. Undetectable may mean that you could be a little bit less scared about transmitting to somebody else, but undetectable is not cured. Right? So that, yeah, there's that. All right, we got the UK in the building. Yup. We got the, we got the usual suspects up in here. All right, so just so we have some clarity on some of this stuff, if y'all got questions, put it in the chat room on the YouTube. Right? If you're on the Instagram, I might not be able to see your question. Let's see, we got some folks watching on IG. So yeah, you might want to jump over to the YouTube page if you're on IG, so that way you could drop your whatever in the comment in the chat. We can make sure that we address any ideas or right. So we're just gonna go to YouTube. And we're going to look around. We're not even going to look. We just say we're just going to go over here and look and see what we can find. Right? All right. So let's go here and let's type in. What is this? Oh, that might be a vibe. We might do. I think we should watch that. I think we should watch this. Interesting. What is this? Okay, let's look at some of these things. 5th person known to go into remission from HIV shares his story for the first time. Okay, so even looking at this is on ABC News, right? And so you notice ABC News doesn't use that terminology. Now, we just did a whole long video yesterday about being literate and people being taken advantage of because they're not literate, because they don't pay attention to the words, right? Because for a literate person, the word conveys a very specific meaning. For a not literate person, they go by the context of words, right? Because you don't know the word, so you go on the context, a person's body language and the things they say around the word, and you come up with your own meaning, which is usually close to the actual definition, but not always right and exact. And in that pocket, you're able to be manipulated. You're able to be taken advantage of. So I just want to like point out sometimes, when you need to. So ABC News, mainstream TV, they didn't use that terminology. They said remission, but we should check this out though. Which book are we talking about? We're talking about the book that just came out today. So there's a new book that just came out today. It's called HIV, Candida, PCOS. Oh my. The Codex. Right? So go get the Soulcraft Codexes on Amazon right now. Right? Okay, but let's get back to the work. All right, so let's check out. This is not what I meant to do. Damn it. Ah, okay, there we go.
Getting 8 out.
No, you did not. All right, come on now. Come on now.
Who ever go into remission from HIV is sharing his story for the first time. Paul Edmonds sat down with our Juju Chang in an ABC News exclusive interview detailing how he got here and the obstacles he had to overcome.
What was it like, sort of walking into the history books?
I'm really happy I'm able to come out and tell my story.
For Paul Edmonds, the journey started after coming out as gay, the small-town Georgia boy moving to San Francisco soon after.
It was very exciting. I just had never experienced anything like this.
But by the early 80s, a dark cloud moved over the gay liberation movement. What did people call it?
Gay cancer. It was quite scary. No one really knew what was happening.
Gay men across America died by the thousands of AIDS-related illnesses, the fear and stigma palpable.
In the beginning,
So what was your gut reaction? What was your immediate reaction? Tested, and he too was HIV positive. But better antiretrovirals brought both of their HIV levels to undetectable, which equals untransmittable. The two married, but another diagnosis was looming. In 2018, Paul learned he had leukemia. You'd been living with HIV for 30 years.
It's no coincidence that that's the book before this book, right? So we did the herpes and leukemia book, and now we moved to the HIV, Candida, PCOS book, right? Listen, can't make this stuff up. So, but to the specifics, right? So they took retrovirus drugs, and we're going to get to those. Right? Y'all know how we get busy over here. So y'all know we're going to get to everything, especially since I was so pressed yesterday. Like, yo, you need to give us more info, blah, 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 blah. All right, we're going to get to it. Right. But so just put that down. If you're taking notes or, like write that down, that's something, So they took the antiretroviral drugs and they got down to undetectable. Right. And then from there, he got leukemia.
The two married, but another diagnosis was looming. In 2018, Paul learned he had leukemia. You'd been living with HIV for 30 years at that point. And so what was your gut reaction? What was your immediate reaction?
My immediate reaction was, I felt like my heart just sinks.
What kept you going?
That positive attitude, I wasn't ready to die.
After chemo, he was offered a bone marrow transplant as a permanent cure for the leukemia, plus a possible added bonus. His bone marrow donor would be resistant to HIV infection, a rare mutation that could put Paul into HIV remission.
It's a very rare mutation. It exists in roughly 1% of the population, so it's not something we find very commonly.
What was that like, hearing the news that this moonshot was even possible?
Yeah, just incredible.
The chemo for the transplant, grueling. The outcome, spectacular. The leukemia remained in remission.
That was like the best news I had ever heard.
And Paul became the 5th person ever to go into remission from HIV.
Okay, so let's pick up the convo right there. Okay, so let's pick up the convo right there, right? Because remember, you don't see with your eyes or hear with your ears. You only see and hear with your mind. So if you don't know it, you can't see it, right? So the first thing you need to know is that you're looking at one group of cells, right? So again, this is why we spend so much time focused on the bone marrow, right? Nobody, no holistic healers, natural, nobody focuses in their whole situation. Like, that's what makes us so radically different. We're focused in on melanin and diabetes, but everything that we do is geared to the bone marrow. And so most people don't even know how to relate bone marrow health to melanin or bone marrow health to diabetes. And because they don't understand that relationship, they will never really understand how your body is working, or certain relationships, how things can go, how things can go wrong, right? But HIV is an infection, right? A viral infection that attacks specific types of bone marrow cells, right? And the leukemia and lymphomas and leukemias are cancers of those same types of cells that HIV targets. So this is not like an apple and an orange, even though it might sound like an apple and an orange to the untrained ear. This is actually a virus infecting a cell line, and then later on, that same cell line now becoming cancerous, right? So, so there's that, right? That's something you want to take note. You want to put that down, like, oh, so HIV attacks specific types of white blood cells that come from the bone marrow, right? So bone marrow cells, stem cells, right? And so you can have cancer of those same cells. Yeah, that's you got to put all that in your back pocket. You got to put all that in your back pocket. You want to keep that in mind, right? Especially when you're talking about undetectable, because this is the same thing that I was saying about herpes, right? I'm much more concerned with what's going on in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, when nobody's paying attention, because undetectable does not mean that it's gone, right? Undetectable doesn't mean it's gone. It just means that there's so small amount, you can't really find it. But, you can see maybe some background inflammation, or you still got antigens, antibodies, or whatever floating around. So this, and it could be gone, but you just don't know, right? You know what I'm saying? So you just don't know, right? The other thing is bone marrow transplant from somebody that has a mutation that makes them immune to HIV. Wait, what? So you got to hear that. You got to be like, whoa, stop the tape. Hold up. So you saying this is niggas walking around out here that cannot get HIV? You got to put that, you know what I'm saying? All of those things, if you're a researcher, right? All of those things you want to find out about. You're like, wait a minute. If he got a transplant from somebody that has bone marrow that produces cells that's, resistant or immune to HIV, like, what is that? What is that mutation? How's that working? You know what I'm saying? Like, what does that do? Like, how does that go? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. So all of those are stuff you want to question, make note of, or whatever the case may be, because you can learn. You know what I'm saying? It's this learning spaces. And the more you learn, right? The more you learn. Okay. All right. So there's that, right?
IV. Now, 4 years after the transplant, 2 years after going off his HIV meds.
We can't find evidence of replicating HIV in his system. It's been really amazing. It's been such a journey.
Okay, now here's that guy. So hold on. Let's go over here. Yeah, let me pull this up so we can check this out. Now, remember, a lot of these things we're going to discuss in the book, right? A lot of these things we're going to discuss in the book, but you still need to be able to do your due diligence and research. So let's talk about this thing, because this seems to be a big part of the convo, and people should understand this. You know, when I had the Jedi up here, and he mentioned it with, you know, going through his herpes situation, right? He talked about, you know, his viral load, starting the program, the fast and all that. And he was noted, you know, he was seeing his viral load going down, right? So we need to know what that is, right? Because it's the same thing for most viral infections, especially like chronic viral infections, right? You're going to have a viral load, and the higher the viral load, the more the virus is winning, right? So just think Planet of the Body Snatchers. You know what I'm saying? Like, think of Invasion of the Body Snatchers type of vibe. Like, but as a whole planet, you know what I'm saying? The more you see the aliens is winning, that's kind of like the viral load going up. So you taking the L, you start to get that viral load going down, you know that your body is fighting it off, and you know you're moving in the right direction, right? So that's kind of I guess that's kind of self-explanatory, but you know, we need to understand this so we can understand what is undetectable mean. Right? Because this is what that's about. Tracking the viral load, and the viral load goes down, 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 down. And when it gets down so low, it's undetectable, right? Now, how do they test viral load, right? What's the other thing we talk about all the time, right? The plasma, the body's fluids. That's what they're testing. So they're testing the plasma of the body, and that's where they're going to check. So you should have some notes now, like some things starting to pop up, like bone marrow and plasma, right? So now let's go back to the top of the show. If we're dealing with whoever, from your herbal salesman all the way up to your, you know, top of the line doctor at, you know, General whatever, Grady, Lincoln, Mount Sinai, I don't know where you're going, right? But you know, you should ask these questions. You should have these questions. You should, you know, have these concepts. You should be discussing these things, like, you know, so the plasma, right? So my bone marrow, right? Because if the person that you're dealing with is not discussing plasma and bone marrow, and they're saying things like immune system, that means they don't really know what they're talking about, right? So that's why they're speaking in generalities. They don't know what they're talking about, but they know you know even less. So they say, oh yeah, we're going to work on your immune system, and we're going to get rid of these toxins and things like that. Toxins, immune system, like general things, like they're very non-specific, right? So, oh yeah, we're going to get rid of these toxins and lower your toxins. And what are you talking about? What toxins? You know what I'm saying? Like, niggas drinking tap water. There's no way. If you're drinking tap water, there's no such a thing as lowering your toxins. You got to relax, right? And you cannot detox. You can't detox a virus. Okay. So again, if people are using that kind of language, you cannot detox a virus, right? You cannot detox a bacteria. Okay. I want you to get the language right, right? Detox is for chemicals, right? The same as everything we discuss got levels to it. You can't forget it, right? When we talk about water, remember your body's water. So when I'm telling y'all that you cannot get rid of germs, right? You cannot get rid of germs, or you can't get rid of chemicals. Excuse me. You can't get rid of chemicals by boiling water, right? Because people believe that, you know, if the water's dirty, you boil the water and you get rid of all the toxic chemicals by boiling the water. I'm like, no, that's illiterate talk. You sound insane. You sound stupid, right? And you rather me here in the locker room where I love you, tell you you sound stupid, than you be somewhere else with some other folks and they like, those ain't Rolex diamonds. What the right? So you only can detox chemicals, right? Not a bacteria or a virus. A bacteria needs to be killed. You can kill bacteria. You cannot kill a chemical, right? You can't kill a chemical, but you cannot detox a bacteria, right? Different things. Bacteria are actual living cells. Those can be killed, right? Now, a virus cannot be killed in the same way as a bacteria, if at all, right? A virus needs to be denatured, right? A virus needs to be denatured and quarantined inside your body and flushed out. Bacteria can be killed. Chemicals can be detoxed, right? So all of these are different things. Funguses are in the same boat as bacteria. Funguses can be killed. But like, say, for instance, herpes. And this is going back to, I think it was yesterday. But I was saying that different viruses have intelligence that's quantifiable, meaning you can go, this set of viruses is more intelligent than this set of viruses, right? So herpes is so far, herpes seems to be the most intelligent set of viruses on Earth, right? That's like the goats, you know what I'm saying? Period. But a herpes virus, right? Check this out. Just so you understand what I mean by like killing a virus. The herpes virus is so intelligent and sophisticated that when cornered off by your immune system, the herpes virus can break its own body apart. Listen to what I'm saying. Break its own body apart and travel through your cells as parts and then reassemble itself like some shit out of a movie. So that's not that's you can't just like, you can't just kill you're not just killing that, you know what I'm saying? Like, think about how intelligent that joint is. If you chop it up, it could grab its parts and put it back together like some shit out of a movie. That's how advanced the herpes virus is. Like, so just so you understand all these different things. Now, do all of those things help a person in a situation? Absolutely. Detoxing, removing chemicals, that's going to help your body's overall response to anything, right? Making sure that you don't have, aggressive populations of bacteria in your body, and you have, mostly symbiotic, populations of bacteria, that's going to drastically help your body, right? Making sure you don't have any fungal overgrowths and blah, blah, blah. And if you have other viruses, right? Viruses, let me say this about viruses, because we learned this in New York, right? So I'm going to tell you exactly how we learned it in New York, right? One time we was in, I'm trying to think of where we was at. I know the first time we was in front of my aunt's building, right? Jefferson Projects, downtown Harlem, 2nd Avenue. And a Spanish guy had like stabbed his wife, Puerto Rican guy stabbed his wife or his lady to death, like right outside in front of everybody. You know what I'm saying? Stabbed her mad times. We all out there, kids playing, we running around. Homeboy stabbed this lady, people screaming. We, kids, we just like, we don't know what's going on. We like, wow, that's, you know what I'm saying? That was the first time I seen somebody get killed, like right there in front of me. You know what I'm saying? Like that was wild. So that was the example, right? But later on, we saw a Puerto Rican couple in a park. I want to say we was in Central Park, a Puerto Rican couple getting into it. And a good Samaritan, he thought he was getting ready to stop some domestic violence, right? And so when he tried to, they chased that man, you know what I'm saying? The woman and the man stopped their arguing, pulled out knives and chased the good Samaritan together. They was going to kill him together. Like they was going to stab him up together, right? And so we saw that. Nobody got hurt right then. I don't know if they caught him for, but my mom's explained to me, you know, she was like, yeah, you got to be careful. You know what I'm saying? Like, because, you know, you don't jump into family stuff because family going to stay family. And if you a stranger, you jump in the middle of a family dispute, the family might unite to jump on your ass, right? And then afterwards, they gonna go back to fighting, but they gonna deal with you, right? You know, they gonna, viruses are like that, right? So viruses will be all separate, but inside your body, they will all fight together against your immune system, right? To help one another out. So why is that important? Because again, remember we went through herpes, right? So most people get exposed to the various, you know, the cytomegaloviruses and the EBVs and just, you know, there's 6 or 7 types of herpes that people usually get exposed to before they're 5 years old, right? So by the time you hit puberty, you already have static in your background. You already have background static in terms of your immune system is already keeping a wide variety of viruses, bacterias, and funguses, and all kinds of creepy crawlies at bay already. So when you get somebody that's aggressive jump in there and they take priority in terms of threat, you still have to remember their priority number one, but that's not the only criminal. And it's like, think about America's most wanted list. You know what I'm saying? Like you got the most wanted criminal, but that don't mean it's still not like mad other criminals going crazy in your city. Think about that in your body. You may have the most wanted virus or bad guy germ in there, but there's still a whole bunch of, so you can't, you know, and so if you make your body turn into like, what's Batman City? The Gotham City. If you allow your body to turn into Gotham City and you got a whole bunch of bad guys in there going crazy, you know, that's usually where you're going to have the worst results. And these are things that are not quantifiable, right? When you're dealing with certain situations, people don't take this into consideration, but this is the reason why one person may have a higher level of success with something than somebody else, because you don't know how many other things a person has floating around in the background, right? So for instance, say for instance, somebody comes to you and I don't know, say they come with diabetes. In your mind, you think, oh, it's pretty easy to get under control. Okay, well, what if they got some infections in the background? Right? What if they got some infections in the background or some others? It's just going to add more complication. And if you're the person, you got to understand that, you know, you got a lot of stuff going on. So you want to be able to address everything. Be as honest as possible with whoever you're trying to get help with so you can work on everything at the same time. All right. So back to the science. Hopefully that made sense. Right? Hopefully that made sense, right? Okay, so viral load refers to the amount of virus in an infected person's blood. This is expressed as the number of viral particles in each milliliter of blood. Higher viral load can have different implications for different viruses, but typically means the infection is progressing. I don't know if I really trust news medical website. I don't know who that is. Let's WebMD is a little more reputable. So we're gonna go to WebMD. Let's see what they say. What does HIV viral load tell you? See, now they done went to HIV specifically, and I kind of wanted more general. I kind of wanted more general information. So just extrapolate what you can from this, and remember that most really, dangerous viruses are kind of handled the same way. Right? All right. Your viral load gives you an idea of how much HIV virus is in your body. The test measures the number of HIV copies in a milliliter of blood. Your test results help your doctor follow what's happening. Now, again, HIV doesn't live in red blood cells. So remember, they're talking about the fluid of the blood, which is your plasma, right? And not just the fluid, but remember, the blood is also the highway that all of your white blood cells travel as well, right? They're not confined to your circulatory system, but they do pass through there, right? So you have the plasma, and then you may have specific infected cell lines, right? Because HIV really likes T cells. HIV really likes T cells. So, all right. So let's see what's going on here. Your test will help the doctor follow what's happening with your infection, how well the treatment is working, guide treatment choices. HIV viral load predicts how fast the disease will progress. While other tests like a CD4 count indicate how much damage the virus has already caused. The CD4 count is that's one of the cells that it really likes to infect. The test can also blah, blah, blah. Okay, so where's the exact number? Okay, here we go. HIV viral tests look for RNA, the part of HIV that has the recipe for reproducing itself. They add an enzyme, a kind of protein, to make more copies of the RNA. This makes it easier to measure how much HIV is in your blood sample. These RT-PCR, real-time polymerase chain reaction, right? Polymerase, right? If you have the body language book, right, you should automatically know that's an enzyme, right? Are much more sensitive than HIV tests used in the past. They can find as few as 20 copies of HIV RNA in a milliliter of blood. Okay. Your doctor should use the same HIV viral load test each time, because tests made by different manufacturers will give you different results. Okay, that's a problem. That's a problem. We're just going to move past that. If your viral load changes, you want to be confident it's from what's happening inside you, not skewed by testing methods. Scientists are working on new, even more sensitive methods too. What the results mean. A high viral load is generally considered 100,000 copies, but you could have 1 million or more. The virus is at work making copies of itself, and that disease. Okay, now hold on. Let's look at some of these numbers. A milliliter of blood. A milliliter. If you have a milliliter of blood tested, and it's 1 million copies in the milliliter, can you multiply that? Multiply that and think to yourself how many copies are actually in your body, right? Think about that. If there's 1 million copies in a milliliter, how many copies are spread throughout your entire system? Right? And just also keep in mind that that may not include what's hiding inside cells, right? Because they'll hide inside T cells, and then they'll be in T cells. So if they're in the T cells, you know what I'm saying? So you got to understand this is a lot more complicated than what you think, right? Unfathomable. That's the actual number. That's the number. This is the number. right? This is the number. So you can't really just play with people's health and jump on the internet and say crazy stuff. Like, oh yeah, we cured this, we did this. Like, oh, whoa. What you did? What you did? Because I didn't ask people claiming to be rocking Dr. Sebi's program. And I'm like, all right, so let me just do this on a simple level. I'm not even going to ask you no specific information. Which herb exactly did Dr. Sebi use to cure or reverse AIDS or HIV? Either one. So we have the packages and we got the immuno such and such, and what's going to happen is, so your whole immune system and the woo woo woo. I'm like, damn, you out here marketing Sebi program and you don't know the you don't know the herb. We got that in the food chemistry book. That's not even something that's crazy that's in the new book. That's in the food chemistry book. If you got the food chemistry book, all you got to do is go to the back of the book and go to the herb section, and it's right in there. I'll tell you, matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you what page it's on. And it's in a couple of books because it's in this book too. So if you got this book right here, I'm gonna tell you exactly what page it's on. If you got this book, I put it in here too. It's somewhere in this book. Is this it? No. Hold on. I'm gonna find this sucker. Man, where is it? I know I got it in here somewhere. Oh, yep. I know where it is. Right here on page 69. If you got this book, it's on page 69. Yeah. But it's not as plain. It's not as plain as it is in the food chemistry book. Where is that book? Give me a second to go find that book. I'm going to tell you exactly what page it's on. Because that's not even that deep. Hold on, let me find it for you.
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Now, by no means do I want you to think that I'm saying this one herb can reverse or cure AIDS by itself at all. Like, I want that to be known for the record. But can you use this herb along with everything else that you got going on? Absolutely. Yep, it's on page 309. So if you have this book, it's on page 309. Yeah. Yeah. It's on page 309 in this book. So, yeah. So there's that, right? So if you don't have those books and you want to know what that is, then you might want to go grab those books, specifically the food chemistry book, because the food chemistry book goes way deeper into the entire protocol, right? All right, so let's keep going. A lower HIV viral load is below 1,000 copies. The virus probably isn't actively reproducing as fast, and damage to your immune system may be slow, but this is not optimal, right? A viral load that can't be detected. This is less than 20 copies. Right? Now, it depends on where you at. Like, that's a good thing they put that in there. Because some places it's less than 50 copies. Right? So some places less than 50 copies per milliliter. Some places less than 20 copies. But you get the idea. Right? So you could have 15 copies. Right? So say you got 10 copies per milliliter. Well, how many milliliters of blood do you actually have all throughout your body? So multiply 10 copies per milliliter times all of the blood you got. You're far from cured. Right? So that's not a, that's not a, but that's a approach. That's a direction. That's something that can be incredibly helpful. Right? Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Okay, let's get rid of what is this? Okay, we might have to hold that right there. Hold on, but I'm looking for the actual. Did I erase the rest of it? Okay, here we go. Man, I'm having technical difficulties with all these windows I got open. Yeah, y'all don't need to see this. Y'all can watch this. My name is Minister Inky. I am the naturopathic doctor and the spokesman for the Melanin Verse Diabetes Ministry. Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head. Stop playing Russian roulette with your life. Help us make America great again. Learn how to save time. Learn how to save money.
That's the algorithm.
All right. So I think we got some understanding there. Like King Ernest, some understanding. Yeah, there's an understanding. That is not a Philly accent. I don't know what that is. That's something he made up, and people, people started running with it, and so it went crazy, right? But let's go back to over here and see what other goodies we can grab, and
Picture this. You're sitting. In over 70 million HIV cases, that was a first, and so far a last. We don't yet understand exactly how he was cured. We can cure people of various diseases, such as malaria and hepatitis C, so why can't we cure HIV? Well, first, let's examine how HIV infects people and progresses into AIDS. HIV spreads through exchanges of bodily fluids. Unprotected sex and contaminated needles are the leading cause of transmission. It fortunately cannot spread.
So, again, going back to Dr. Sebi's theory, his theory about anal sex has not been debunked. Like, that's still on the table because it's still a leading cause of HIV, right? And it's the receiving person, not the giving person. Just somebody might have needed to hear that. So I'm just saying.
Spread through air, water, or casual contact. Individuals of any age, sexual orientation, gender, and race can contract HIV. Once inside the body, HIV infects cells that are part of the immune system. It particularly targets helper T cells, which help defend the body against bacterial and fungal infections.
Okay. So let's stop right there. There's some more teaching. Another teaching. Oh, hold on. Let me see if the Instagram folks done left us. Are they still with us? Are we still live on IG? I don't think so. I don't think so. Okay. All right. So give me a second to get all this back together. Wait, what the? Hold on.
Peace and blessings out there to everybody. My name is Dr. Inky, the founder of the Melanin versus Diabetes movement and ministry. Our goal is to fight diabetes by creating a biochemically literate society, one book at a time, one person at a time, one household at a time. Join us now by going to Amazon.com and getting all of the books, getting all of the books that you can afford, even if you can't read them all. Share them with family, share them with loved ones. Let's begin the study. And if you need tutoring sessions are available at AmericanHealer.website. I can give you one-on-one tutoring through these books. Let's build a biochemically literate society, one person at a time. Thanks in advance.
Right. Okay, so there that go. We got the IG folks back. All right, so what was I just thinking about? Oh, the T helper cells. Okay.
Cells that are part of the immune system. It particularly targets helper T cells, which help defend the body against bacterial and fungal infections.
All right, so that's what I was just getting ready to talk about. Okay, that's what we was at with it. Okay, so remember, right? So let's just get the understanding of these cells, right? So you have B cells and you have T cells, right? B cells and T cells are like your primary blue collar workers in terms of your immune system. You know, you got monocytes, macrophages, and a whole bunch of other guys. But for the most part, your B cells and T cells, that's your guys on the ground. Okay. B cells. Now, both of these cell types, right? B cells and T cells, both of them come from the same place, right? They both come from your bone marrow. So technically, right, they could both be considered bone marrow cells, right? But the difference is the B cells is like, the B cells is like the guys that stayed on the block. Block. B cells for the block. Think of it like that. The B cells stayed on the block, right? They never went to school to become a professional anything. You know what I'm saying? Like they might be, they might be entrepreneurs or whatever they're doing, but they never went to, organized academia to get, to learn how to do anything, right? So they're just known as bone marrow cells, right? That's what the B is short for, bone marrow. So these are bone marrow cells. That's it. Now, the T cells are bone marrow cells, but these are the ones that left the neighborhood. Okay? This is the best way I can explain this to you, right? The bone marrow cells that left the neighborhood, that went to school, these the college niggas. Okay? So the college niggas is the T cells. They left. Now, the college is your thymus, right? So there is actually a college for your cells, right? So these bone marrow cells that go to school, they go to the thymus school, the thymus university, right? Now, the ones that do well in school, those become your T cells. These is the guys with the license to kill, right? The ones that fail in school, they got a little college, but they didn't really finish. They like, I got 25 more credits through on my, I need to do like 50 more credits to get my, those wind up becoming the helper T cells, right? So those guys, they're not really fully they're not the tech. They don't have a degree or their certification, but they can help, right? They can help. They could spy, right? They could snitch, right? They can grab clues and bring that back to the big boys and be like, okay, well, look, we was doing, a crime happened, some cells got killed, you know what I'm saying? And we went down there to look and see what happened. And we discovered that, you know, this, that, and the other. So, you know, there's a guy, you know, black jacket, you know, 6 feet tall, like whoop, whoop. So the helper cells that give the T cells the rundown and whoop, and, you know, so they help. That's why they're the helper guys, but they didn't do so well in school, right? And school is the thymus. So now, with that being said, I just gave you more information. With that being said, I just gave you more information, right? Because if you want healthy T cells, then that means that you need to focus on 2 areas in your body, right? You need healthy bone marrow, right? So you need to know how to take care of your bone marrow to get more out of your bone marrow, right? But now if you want healthy T cells, you need to also know how to care for your thymus. Thymus is not thyroid, right? Thyroid is different. Thyroid, that's T3, T4, iodine. Then on the inside of that, you got another little control center up in there. That's the parathyroid. And the parathyroid is going to deal with the calcium and this and all that. So that's something totally different. In fact, that's like where the alkalining of the body actually happens, inside the thyroid in the parathyroid. And then different types of people have different parathyroids. Like everybody doesn't have the same. Anyway, so anyway, thymus, I don't want to get people confused. Bone marrow and thymus for healthy T cells. Right? Listen, this is why that Rise of the Black Culture Vulture book is so important. Because in that book is how we start the conversation of what's going on the cellular level. See, if some of this stuff sounds crazy, like how I said the herpes virus could break his body down and basically send his body to another location and reassemble his own body, like if you don't know that's going on in there, how do you know how to attack these things? If you don't know how something moves, right? If a person that you're looking for to help you with any of these situations, if they don't know how these things live and move and operate, how really can they help you? Like how much can they really help you? Right? So anyway, hopefully this stuff is starting to click and make some sense.
HIV is a retrovirus, which means it can write its genetic code into the genome of infected cells, co-opting them into making more copies of itself. During the first stage of HIV infection,
okay, let's stop right there for a second, because when we get to the medicine, that's going to be something important to know. Like when they said it's an RNA virus. So the first thing you need to understand is your body's a computer. Think about it like that. Your body's an electronic computer thingy, right? And it only accepts one type of. Okay, this analogy needs some work. But no, here's how you can think about it. Like the Apple laptops, right? When Apple laptops first came out, this is why Steve Jobs had so much beef, right? Because Steve Jobs was a monster. When they got Steve Jobs out of the way, Apple was able to, like they dumbed it down a lot to play ball with the other businesses and the other companies. But originally, Apple's model was to replace all the other companies, period. Cut everybody's head off, right? So when they came out with the MP3, when they came out with the first thing, it was just music. What was that? iTunes, right? When they came out with the iTunes thing, that was it. They took over that industry and sucked it dry. Eventually, everybody you just had the iTunes joints. You know what I'm saying? The iPods, that's what it was. iPod, that was what it was. Yes. Thank you. The iPod, that was the first thing. It just played the music, right? Then, when they put the iPod into the phone, it was like, oh my God, no brainer. Oh, that's the end of that industry. Nobody needs the music devices anymore because now the phone is the music device also. Music device is gone, right? And when the laptops hit, they had the same program. When the laptops hit, The laptops had the CD player in it, the DVD player. You could put like every input was what slowly but surely over the years, they removed all that stuff out of the computer. So that way the other companies could live too. You know what I'm saying? Like, but your body has a very specific type of input. You know what I'm saying? It only works with a certain type of floppy disk or a certain CD or whatever the case may be. And that's DNA, right? DNA, that's it. So a RNA virus, one of its vulnerabilities and points of attack is a RNA virus needs reverse transcriptase, right? Reverse transcriptase, right? A's, ASE, right? If you got the body language book, you should know immediately. Right? You should know immediately that's an enzyme, right? Reverse transcriptase. So the RNA needs reverse transcriptase to basically make a copy of itself to turn it into DNA, right? So that's a vulnerability right there. You know what I'm saying? If you can basically shut down the ability of the RNA to get to that reverse transcriptase, the RNA can't take over the cells and replicate itself. So that's just, you know, as we watching this video, I'm just making little points for you to, you know. And there's plants. Yeah, that part.
The virus replicates within helper T cells, destroying many of them in the process. During this stage, patients often experience
anything that destroys the T cells effectively destroys the immune system.
Flu-like symptoms, but are typically not yet in mortal danger. However, for a period ranging from a few months to several years, during which time the patient may look and feel completely healthy, the virus continues to replicate and destroy T cells. When T cell counts drop too low, for a period ranging from a few months to several years, during which time the patient may look and feel completely healthy, the virus continues to replicate and destroy T cells. Patients often experience flu-like symptoms, but are typically not yet in mortal danger. However, for a period ranging from a few months to several years, during which time the patient may look and feel completely healthy, the virus continues to replicate and destroy T cells.
So again, it's not what's going on when the symptoms is popping out at you. It's what's going on when you don't know anything's going on. See, that's the purpose of me saying that there's supposed to be a baseline herbs that you take every day because you don't know what's happening down in there. Every day, we're exposed to hundreds of millions of viruses, bacteria, funguses, mold, spores, all kind of stuff. Do you know how heartbroken? Do you know how heartbroken you would be? Like, I can't even imagine the heartache a parent, a real parent, because there's some parents that don't really care about their kids, like my baby mama, I'm just saying. But there's parents out there that really love. Do you know how crazy that would be if you took your child to a place to get a cheeseburger? You ate the cheeseburger and they got an infection and died from the cheeseburger? Or the onions that were on it? Who cares which part it is? Like, whatever. You took them to get a damn value meal, and the value meal, like, there's no amount of money that's going to fix that. Period. You could sue them for a planet worth of money. Remember, science deals with duplication, but nature deals with singularities. So you can make another child, but you'll never be able to make another exact, you know, like, this is crazy. So you have to keep your body vigilant, right? And you got to think about this. Every time there's a new outbreak of something, right? What about those first few niggas, bro? Yo, what about those first few, like those first people, right? You got to think. It never hits the news. It don't hit the news, the hospital, or even the Dr. Inkies or whoever. It doesn't hit It doesn't hit us until it hits mad people. And then people are complaining of it, or so many people went to an emergency room, or, you know, some folks done dropped dead or somewhere. Then people know. But by then, it's already, it's already probably in your neighborhood or your child's school or the supermarket or what. Like, no, you got to keep your body vigilant. This is what the Spice Wars was about. This is the reason why we have such a thing is called seasonings. The seasonings had nothing to do with flavoring the food. The seasonings was the strong medicinal herbs that your ancestors knew. Keep this in your bloodstream. Keep this in your bloodstream. If you look up black pepper has a therapeutic value. If you look up garlic is a blood thinner with a therapeutic value. If you look up coriander, rosemary, and all of these different things that's in your cabinet, they have various therapeutic values, whether it's antibiotic, viral, antimicrobial, this one, that, like stimulate, you know, they do all kind of stuff. We don't know. We don't pay attention. We don't take the time to figure it out. So we just, you know, we throw a little bit in the chicken. I don't know, give the chicken a little zing. Yeah, let me get a little zing on it. Put a little, we don't know. We haven't taken the time to study. So it's important to understand this stuff.
When T cell counts drop too low, patients are in serious danger of contracting deadly infections that healthy immune systems can normally handle.
Stop right here. Here's another spot where you could come in with some defense, right? Because there are particular plants and foods that boost your T cell count up immediately. This is clinically documented with paperwork, right? So T cell count drop. Oh, well, let me add this and this and this, and then boop, T cell count up, right? So you want to be that, you want to be like, you know what I'm saying? And that's how a fight is going. A fight is not just you doing anything willy-nilly. A fight, the better a fighter you are, the more you can predict, counter, and respond to your opponent, to your opposition. If you don't even know what they're doing or how they attack your body, you know how to protect yourself, right? So these are just things like, you know, and so as we're going through it, this is what, so if I was having a consultation with a person, these are the things that we would be going through, right? Only thing is, in that space, I would be actually telling the person like the foods or the herbs or whatever, like the stuff that's in the book, the stuff you're not going to get on the YouTube, you know, like that's in the book. Yeah.
This stage of HIV infection is known as AIDS. The good news is there are drugs that are highly effective at managing low. Patients are in serious danger of contracting deadly infections that healthy immune systems can normally handle. This stage of HIV infection is known as AIDS. The good news is there are drugs that are highly effective at managing levels of HIV and preventing T cell counts from getting low enough for the disease. When T cell counts drop too low, patients are in serious danger of contracting deadly infections that healthy immune systems can normally handle. This stage of HIV infection is known as AIDS. The good news is there are drugs that are highly effective at managing levels of HIV and preventing T cell counts from getting low enough for the disease to progress to AIDS. With antiretroviral therapy, most HIV-positive people can expect to live long and healthy lives.
Reversing AIDS, but not reversing HIV. Right? You see, hopefully you're getting some clarity on this.
Lives and are much less likely to infect others. However, there are two major catches. One is that HIV-positive patients must keep taking their drugs for the rest of their lives. Without them, the virus can make a deadly comeback. So, how do these drugs work? The most commonly prescribed ones prevent the viral genome from being copied and incorporated into a host cell's.
Now listen, in a world of viruses, you need to understand they all on deck. How many times have you had a cold in your life? If you had a cold in your life, chances are you had coronaviruses a zillion times already, right? And you're probably going to get them again another zillion times. Like these things is in the community, right? They outside, right? They outside, you know what I'm saying? Like, so you need to be anyway, but you're going to go into some stuff. So I want to be able to break this down piece by piece. But this is what I'm saying. You got to keep your body vigilant. This is what it means when your zinc levels drop, right? So just this basics, right? So zinc is a basic thing. When your zinc levels drop, there's over 2,000 different enzymes in your body that your body primarily uses for defense, immune defense. That's going to be crippled, right? These are active enzymes that's all over the place that, like, it's like an army without no bullets. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just crippled your whole, staff, your whole team. You know what I'm saying? Now, selenium is very similar to zinc, but only thing is, selenium is like, they like reserves. You know what I'm saying? The zinc enzymes, they are all over and active at all times, especially in the skin, because you got a whole bunch of bacteria and viruses and all that live on and inside the pores and the little pockets of the dermal layers. Like the dermal layers is highly occupied with all kinds of little guys crawling around in there. So the zinc, they running around with the the Dracos and the, you know what I mean? They pulling up on everybody. That's the pull-up squad. You know what I'm saying? So the pull-up squad ain't pulling up. Now the selenium is different. A lot of the selenium players, that's the big, that's like the Navy SEAL reserve. Like you got to call them in. You know what I'm saying? You call them in. So when the NRF system goes off, you know what I'm saying? That's invaders getting super, close for comfort. The NRF2 system, help. The selenium proteins and all that, but low selenium levels, low zinc levels, low response level. High selenium, high zinc, high response, right? So you might be able to just, you know what I mean? Like them folks might not even be able to get all the way too deep down into where you got to keep them frontline defenses crazy.
DNA. Other drugs prevent the virus. So how do these drugs work? The most commonly prescribed ones prevent the viral genome from being copied and incorporated into a host cell's DNA. Other drugs prevent the virus from maturing or assembling, causing HIV to be unable to infect new cells in the body. But HIV hides out somewhere our current drugs cannot reach it, inside the DNA of healthy T cells. Most T cells die shortly after being infected with HIV. But in a tiny percentage, the instructions for building more HIV viruses lies dormant, sometimes for years. So even if we could wipe out every HIV virus from an infected person's body, one of those T cells...
Hold on. Because they done said something that might go past you. Now, here's the problem with the words or the terms DNA and RNA. Here's the big problem with those terms. There's two implications or two things you could be discussing when you discuss DNA. And if you don't know the lingo and the context, you might be thinking the wrong thing, right? So sometimes when they say DNA, they're referring to the physical DNA stuff. Then sometimes when they say DNA, they're talking about the information, right? The information that the DNA has, right? And so this is where it's important to understand that you have a wide variety of viral DNA in your body that you've been collecting your whole life and that you've inherited from your parents already in there. And as our technologies get more advanced, we're finding out some scary, spooky stuff. Like, for instance, the SLE, like lupus, people that have lupus, right, that do not have HIV, they are positive for HIV proteins. What did you just say, Doc? They don't have HIV or they do have HIV. You got to know how much. So all viruses have a specific amount of genes, right? The more genes they have, the bigger the virus. The bigger the virus, the more information is there. The more information is there, the more intelligent the virus, right? HIV is only like 8 or 9 genes, right? Person that has lupus, they test positive routinely for like 4 or 5 of those 9 genes, right? If you have the 9, then your body can produce the whole RNA. You know, you're in trouble in there. But even with 4 or 5 of them, that's lupus situation. Yeah. So I'm just saying it's a lot more complex than people think. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't let nobody on the internet tell you they got something and they don't know what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's more complicated than people think. My man said, that's why I stay with the turmeric and the cayenne pepper. Yeah. Okay.
Could activate and start spreading the virus.
I do use turmeric and cayenne on everything too, though, but that's just prophylactic. You know what I'm saying? I use my turmeric. I put the clove. Oh, you know what? Damn, and I was at the supermarket earlier getting dog food. I need to get more, but I put the turmeric. I put the cayenne. I use the cloves. I use the ginger. I like coriander a lot. You know what I'm saying? And I keep those are mine. Those doesn't go in the cabinet with everything else, right? So there's a whole bunch of stuff, herbs and spices we use to season up the food. But no matter how the food is seasoned, I add more of those things on my own afterwards. So even if those items are already added into the food while cooking, I'm still going to put some more of those on top. You know what I'm saying? So I learned very early that the herbs that you consume with the food change how your body digests the food. This is why I was telling people with the blue magic, use blue magic. Add that to your pasta sauce. Add that to your oatmeals. Put these stuff in your food. It's going to change how your body metabolizes the food. Remember, we're beginning to learn that it's not just your stomach and juices that digest food. The microbiome, the bacteria in your body, is responsible for most of final digestion. Well, depending on how you feed them is going to determine how they metabolize the food. So if you add fiber to the food, if you add, plants that have medicinal or therapeutic value, that's going to change how that food is digested. So even if you eating something crazy reckless, you can minimize the impact in your body by seasoning it up well. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, the turmeric and the cayenne is a good start. Turmeric is active against a lot of stuff. Cayenne's active against a lot of stuff, but cayenne is good for improving circulation and stimulation and body heat and all kinds of other stuff. Yo, when we was in Philly, let me tell you what we did in Philly. When Barack Obama won the election, we all packed up a van full of stuff and went down to Washington, D.C. to sell like Obama stuff. You know what I'm saying? I was selling, I got Dr. Inky stuff, but everybody that was in the van, they got Obama stuff and all that. And it was freezing cold. Remember, this January, you know what I'm saying? So the bros was like, they just expected me to know. You know what I'm saying? They was like, yeah, you know, in Philly, you know, we be on the block. You know, we put cayenne pepper in our shoes and our socks. And you're like, what? Well, in New York, we just drink that it's a cheap $2 alcohol, and it'll warm your body up like nobody's business. It almost tastes like cough syrup. But it's a liquor though. I forgot the name of it. But that's what folks in New York do. Out in Philly, they put the cayenne pepper in your shoes and your socks. And so I was like, all right, I'll try it. And bro, yeah. So if you're in a situation somewhere, you snowed in or something, it's cold, whatever, you don't have, you know, whatever, cayenne pepper in your shoes and socks. But not too much though, because you can burn your feet. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to be careful. Yeah. And then it depends on which type, you know what I'm saying? Because you get into the pepper game, you know, like it's different. You know what I'm saying? Like the African bird pepper is way more potent than the cayenne. You get the African bird pepper, it's something else.
Virus again. The other major catch is that not everyone in the world has access to the therapies that could save their lives. In sub-Saharan Africa, which accounts for over 70% of HIV genetic information, research involves using a drug to activate all cells harboring the HIV genetic information. This would both destroy those cells and flush the virus out into the open, where our current drugs are effective. Another is looking to use genetic tools to cut the
So
HIV.
they're talking about possibility stuff. Okay. We want to kind of stick with what's actually going on. All right, so that was pretty good. We got a lot of info about it there. Did we look at this? Let's look at this.
When Donald Trump
all this hateration on my man Trump. We ain't watching that hateration. Crazy senior citizens hating on Trump. Okay, here we go.
Days is really incredible.
Closer to a cure than ever before.
Because under living proof, it's possible to find a cure.
Another person said to be cured of HIV. This half hour, the breakthroughs targeting a virus that has killed 40 million people around the world in the past generation.
I got some kick in me. I'm going to stay here for as long as I can.
This is Scripps News Reports, the cure for HIV.
I feel like I know him from somewhere.
I'm Lauren Magarino. Despite developments in preventing infections, 1 million people will be infected with HIV this year, and more than 600,000 people will die of HIV/AIDS. And despite developments in preventing infections, 1 million people will be infected with HIV this year, and more than 600,000 people will die of HIV/AIDS. So waiting to living with HIV, and of them, 30 million are on antiretroviral therapies known as ART. And despite developments in preventing infections, 1 million cure. Once a miracle, it's now happening more often. But the big question here is how? The answer to that question will change lives. Nearly 40 million people around the world are now living with HIV, and of them, 30 million are on antiretroviral therapies known as ART. And despite developments in preventing infections, 1 million people will be infected with HIV this year, and more than 600,000 people will die of HIV/AIDS. So waiting to join us are several guests who have been personally impacted by HIV. That includes Dr. Michael Gottlieb, who helped lead the study that first identified HIV/AIDS.
Listen, 40 million people. And them 40 million people, they alive. So they still, they still having sex. And that's the 40 million people that know that they have it, right? That's not people that, again, they don't know they have it because they don't regularly check themselves out. They're waiting. So see that whole window when it was just going through, then TEDx was going through the time when the virus is in your body replicating, but you have no symptoms, right? In that time period, people was having wild, crazy sex. Who knows how many of those people was at the puffy? Who knows how many of them people was at the puffy party, right? Just saying. Right? This thing is much more local than you think. Right? This is much more local than you think. Right? Remember, and I know y'all don't like when I talk about stuff like this, but remember when Polite got caught with the I think it was transgender or transsexual, or I just want to say the right thing, the alternative community person. Right? Remember when Polite got busted? That person was HIV positive. So that story, you know, that was the whole thing with that story. And it was Polite and Yada. Right? Polite and Yada was out on a double date with this HIV positive alternative lifestyle person and their friend. So they was on a double date. And when the story came out, you know, at first Polite denied it, but then you couldn't deny all of the video. And so how he put it off is he was saying that he was with the girl and that Yada was the one that was with the other person, right? So I was like, okay, I just, listen, we need to just stay on our herbs and just, you know, because things are a lot more closer to the community than you would, you know, things are a lot more closer in your, you know, we just wait until things happen to us before we react. And that's the worst thing, especially with your health. You need to be proactive, right? Proactive. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. That's what they say. That's what you need to understand. And if an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, then damn it, what about a pound of prevention, right? If an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, then what about a pound of prevention? Yeah. See, that's what I'm on. I'm on that pound of prevention regularly. What? Oh, no, that's a real story. That's a real story. You know, that's just a real story. Now, I'm not saying that they did anything, or I don't know how it turned out, because at the end of the day, the story between both parties turned into you say, I say. But what I am saying is that that person was definitely HIV positive because they was an advocate for the AIDS community. You know what I'm saying? That Polite and Yada was out on a double date with. These are just only facts. Like, that's not to diss Yada or diss Polite. I don't know where the hell Yada's at. I don't know. Well, we all know where Polite's at, but that's just, I'm just saying that this stuff is closer to home than you think, right? Because we tend to think of this stuff as shit on the news until it's in our backyard. You know what I'm saying? For me, this is already something that's in my backyard because my favorite cousin when I was younger, right? When I was young, my favorite cousin, Wesley, he went to jail and he got raped in prison. And when he got raped in prison, he got infected. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't get raped in prison. People like kind of turn you into a sex slave. You get raped over and over. And he came home, you know, like, you know, he came home with something he couldn't get rid of. You know what I'm saying? So over the years, we watched the HIV turn into AIDS, go back under control to HIV, you know. So this is something I seen in my family in real life. We all watch, you know, Wesley. You know what I'm saying? So, and people know Wesley from Jefferson Projects, you know, Harlem. If anybody's watching from down there, they're like, oh, that's your cousin, nigga. I don't know where y'all think I'm from. Maybe I think I came down from a mountain or a cloud or something. No, I came from 158th Street in the Bronx. I got family all over the Bronx, Harlem. You know what I'm saying? Was this guy came home from prison? Guy Fisher, the big time drug dealer, is married to my cousin. You know what I'm saying? My brother Guy is named after Guy Fisher. All kinds of people are related to Dr. Inky, right? All types of people. But so, like, I'm just saying, you know, I'm not trying to insult anybody or attack anybody, but what I am trying to get you people that are watching to understand is you're not just getting herbs like every so often. If you start coughing, you get an herb, or you don't have a bowel movement for a few days, so you go get an herb. No, it's a lot going on out here. You need to have your body at maximum potential at all times, because the threats are all the time there. It's not just herpes or HIV or whatever the case may be. These are just the discussion, but there's literally thousands of different germs out there, and there's shit that's waiting to be discovered. So there's going to be a new thing pretty soon that's going to outbreak and start attacking folks that you need to be, you know, oh, look, they got the such and such virus or whatever. Like, yeah, it's all floating around. You know what I'm saying? So you just got to keep your body vigilant. What about gout? hey, I ain't messing with you. You said, what about gout? Gout is like not even on the radar with this stuff. Gout is super light. Now, gout is easy, right? Gout is easy. That's not a big deal. If you got gout issues, go to the supermarket and get you some tart cherry syrup, right? Not tart cherry juice, tart cherry syrup, right? It runs about $15 to $25 for a 16-ounce bottle, right? So I'm telling you the price. Don't think you're smarter than me and you, oh, nah, I got this one right here, it's $6. That's juice. That's watered down. That's not the syrupy concentrate. You got to get the syrupy concentrate. And then while you're using that, you got to cut out the meat, right? Because the meat is like the number one source of ammonia and, you know, like unchecked ammonia, right? That's like one of the biggest differences between vegan protein and animal protein. So the animal protein doesn't have the phytic acid and some of the things that buffer, you know, it doesn't have some of the buffers that your plant-based protein will have. In a healthy person, you don't have to really worry about that as much. But, you know, if you got gout, you want to start eliminating those things that, you know, that raise up the ammonia level or the uric acid levels in the body. So, yep. From Walmart or whatever. Like, hey, let me show you this real quick. I know we went from, we talking about AIDS and herpes, and we done went down to, gout, but it's all love. I appreciate the question because people are dealing with this. And guess what? People that have gout also have other issues. You see how earlier we was talking about how things can combine and complicate stuff, right? So, let's go over here. Yep, this is good right here. Now this is incredibly inexpensive. This is a really good price because you're getting this for about $12. You're getting this for like $12 a pound, right? 16 ounces is a pound, right? Even though we don't think of liquids in pounds, but yeah. So 16 ounces for $12 is a good price, but they selling it to you in the 32 ounce, so it makes more sense for them. Oh, wow. This is good right here. This is amazingly good. Kroger is going crazy. Yeah, I don't think you could get it for any cheaper than this. Simply Truth is pretty good too. They have pretty good stuff. So I would try this. This is a good one right here. This is probably the cheapest you're going to find it. Right? Now this is one of the better brands right here. This is one of the better brands. I like them. These guys right here. Indian, some have been around for a minute too, but they more with the juicing and the watering down. But this right here is good in terms of the syrup, right? These guys, right? I like this company right here. Let me see if we can find their website. Do y'all see what I'm on, or y'all? Oh, y'all on the other thing. Hold up. Ah! All right. Bang. See this one? I like this one because they're going to tell you, see, you get to see how much cherries they use. So 16 ounces is 1,000 cherries, right? 1,000. That's why I'm saying the syrup is different, right? Now look right here. You see? This is how you make the juice, right? So if you get this 16 ounces, you could pour this into a 1 gallon bottle and then fill up the rest of the bottle with all water, and you still got a good juice. And that's what people be buying from the store for like $6 or $7 thinking they got something. That's not for gout. You want to get this right here to help you out. And then obviously check with your doctor and see, make sure that you really got gout or, you know, whatever. But yeah. Because we might think we have gout and we ain't been to a doctor, so we don't really know we got gout. You know what I'm saying? Like you want to check, get with your doctor, check, make sure you got gout. And then as you start to do stuff, whether it's what the doctor tells you or some stuff you might have picked up and researched on your own, like syrup, you still want to go tap in with the doctor so that you can see your progress over time. You know, after a few weeks, you go back and check. Yeah, oh, this is okay. So this is working. Let me keep doing this. Right? If it's not working, you're going to discontinue and double back and maybe even check, make sure that's really gout or, you know. All right, so let's go back to our video.
Starting us off, Scripps News health and science correspondent Lindsay Thies. Lindsay, where does the story of HIV and a cure stand today?
Well, hey, Lauren, a cure for HIV has really been this hard thing to do because the virus replicates so fast. It's a constantly moving target. Doctors have now, though, used stem cell therapy to cure 7 patients, and new breakthroughs are adding to drugs that can prevent infections in the first place. 68-year-old Paul Edmonds inspires hope. He's lived with HIV for more than 3 decades. Doctors diagnosed him with leukemia in 2018. Now he's cured of both and spoke with Scripps News.
It was in March of 2021 when I stopped my HIV meds.
Okay, we heard his story. So I don't think it's a question anymore. Just in case a person, Judy, you said you tuned in late. So I don't think that's a question anymore. I think that question, that's not even right. I don't think that's a question anymore, because now they're announcing people on the news all around the place that have been quote unquote cured or their HIV has been into remission. So yeah, so I don't think that per se is necessarily a question anymore, because we're literally looking at news reports from across the web and across the world of, you know, different people based on academia. This is not like you heard a rumor of somebody with some herbs and they went somewhere in the woods and woo, woo, woo. And I'm not taking nothing away from that. I'm just saying that that's much less quantifiable and verifiable than, you know, like ABC or some of these other places. But the thing is, if we really understand the concept, most medicines come from plants, right? It's, you know, it's just the understanding that we need.
Hi, I'm Annette.
Okay. They sneaking a little commercial vibe in. Okay.
Chance of getting HIV or who have HIV and to take care of them. We're going to see us get to the end of the HIV epidemic in America.
So, Lauren, here is what all of that means. HIV is no longer a death sentence, neither is AIDS. Today, the FDA says that a 20-year-old diagnosed with AIDS can live well into their late 70s with the help of antiretroviral therapies. That's nearly the same as the general population.
Wow, and that's the type of progress you want to hear about. I know, Lindsay, that the United Nations has a goal of ending the HIV/AIDS epidemic by 2030. It's 2024. So what's the plan to make that happen?
Well, this strategy here from the UN is largely built around preventing new infections and better access to the drugs that treat HIV. And when we talk about that access, it's not just getting a drug to someone who needs it, but really making that care itself easy to get. As Dr. Brooks with the CDC put it in our conversation, if you talk about someone who is concerned with children, with housing, their family, their own health conditions that might be more pressing, like their heart or their lungs, HIV is not necessarily high on that priority list. And that is where healthcare needs to meet these individuals.
All right. Lindsay Thies in Los Angeles. Let's stay in Los Angeles as we bring in a doctor who was among the first in the world to identify HIV/AIDS. Dr. Michael Gottlieb joins us now with a resume too long to list. Doctor, you were a lead author at that study that first identified HIV/AIDS. You know, the year was 1981, and here we are 43 years later. How would you characterize the progress over those years to find a cure?
Well, Lauren, the progress over 45 years has been pretty near remarkable. As you pointed out earlier, people living with HIV who can access medication can live lives nearly as long as they would have if they hadn't had HIV, can't access medication.
I mean, when you hear, okay, there's this seventh case of, potentially a cure here. I mean, how many more cases do you need like that to be like, you know what? We've got it. I mean, what are we waiting for at this point?
Well, I think it's very premature to say that we've got it. These are very special cases. These 7 cases are people who had HIV but had other cancers as well and got a stem cell transplant.
So that's another thing we do is we explore the relationship between viruses and cancers, because that's another thing that people need to be aware of. Viruses can cause cancer, and those of us in the know, that's a known thing, right? That's a known thing. Even ladies, they tell you got to watch out for what? HPV, because it can become cervical cancer, right? Or something to that effect. I think it's HPV can become cervical cancer. So we know viruses can cause cancers. So that's why that information, like that's something you look at the link between, okay, HIV, which attacks white blood cells, and then you get leukemia, lymphoma, something like that. We just got to be constantly vigilant.
And severe chemotherapy to eradicate their other cancer.
Okay, hold on. That's a long video. You're going crazy. What else? What else? Scientists say they can cut HIV out of cells. Okay, cutting it out, that's probably not. Okay, let's see this.
For both fiction.
Let's go here real quick.
Effective. That's the latest result from tests on the anti-HIV drug lenacapavir. It works by stopping the spread of the virus that can cause AIDS. And a new trial included cisgender men, transgender women, and non-binary people who have sex with men. That means 2 large-scale trials have shown the drug provides almost complete protection against infection with the virus. Around 40 million people are infected with HIV worldwide, and lenacapavir would give a huge boost to prevention efforts.
All right, so let's just go into this space real quick and talk about these drugs real quick. So the prophylactic drugs, The same way I'm telling you need to constantly be taking your herbs to avoid everything, right? That's what a new class of drugs are called, specifically for HIV, and they're listed like this. Is it the little R? Something like that. It's a weird spelling, but it's PrEP. I think it's either a little R or maybe it's a big R and a little E or something like that. But they call PrEP drugs, right? PrEP drugs. So let's look up some of the PrEP drugs and go through some of this stuff. Now we're having a master class on HIV. Y'all better start hitting the Cash App notification. This is a master class right here.
Charles to get more than that interview. Oh Lord, that's crazy. Home, I done got 40,000 for an interview. Damn. I went to California last year. Right after the BET Awards, man. I was 40,000. Nigga, I did a 8-hour interview.
Faith and love. Love and faith. Believe, faith and love. Love.
All right, so let's look over here. These are the PrEP medications. What is this talking about? What are you talking about? Okay, look at this right here. You see this? I don't know how big that is. Wait, let me see. There we go. Not enough healthcare providers know about PrEP. Pre-exposure prophylaxis is a medicine taken daily that can be used to prevent HIV infection. PrEP is for people without HIV who are at very high risk for acquiring it from sex or injection drug use. Right? So if you receive anal sex, I would say more than 2 times a week, you're a candidate for these types of things, right? But there's other risk factors, and you can look them up. But I'm just giving you that's my personal opinion. If you're receiving anal sex 3, 4, 5, 6 times a week, even if you're a straight lady, and that's happening with you and your husband in privacy, you might need to tighten up, right? Pre-exposure prophylaxis is a medicine that can be used to prevent HIV infection. PrEP is for people, right? Okay. 90% daily PrEP can reduce the risk of sexually acquired HIV by more than 90%. Okay, so this can reduce the risk of getting HIV by more than 90%. How exactly is it doing that? Right? How? That's the pill. Now, the needle is not as effective. It looks like it's only 70%. Right? It's only 70%. Right? And what they're saying is that as of 2015, only 1 in 3 primary care doctors even know about this, right? Blah, 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 New York. The reports highlighting PrEP as an essential component in accelerating progress in HIV prevention. A fact sheet, a daily pill can prevent HIV reaching people who could benefit from PrEP. All right, so let's take a look at some of these things and see how it really works, though. Let's get to that part. So, Let's find the drugs themselves. Okay, hold on. Here we go. All right, pre-exposure prophylaxis for HIV prevention, commonly known as PrEP, is the use of antiviral drugs as a strategy, blah, 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 blah. Okay, here it says it reduced the risk by 99%, and the injection is 74%. So the pill reduces the risk of infection by 99%. And say, that's a crazy number. That's a hell of a number right there. Shit. That's a hell of a number. Yeah, we need to know. Now, that's some incredible numbers, huh? Now, we need to figure that out, right? See, this is what Dr. Inky be doing. This is what Dr. Inky be doing. I be finding out stuff like this, and then I just go all the way down through the rabbit. All right? I just jump in the rabbit hole. And I don't stay, I go all the way through. That's only facts. And remember, I keep telling y'all, everything can't go up here. So it's stuff in the book that we can't even discuss on YouTube. Right? But let's jump down this rabbit hole. Right? Okay, so here is the PrEP. Right? Here's the okay, this was the first one they had. And that was approved in 2012 and 2019. Yo, look at this shit here. In October 2019 is when they put this out. So hold on. Do you see how the news be so crazy? So now think about this. They released drugs. They released a pill that could block HIV by 99% in October of 2019. How come nobody heard of that? Because niggas was all pandemicked up. The pandemic. Should I wear the mask or what? Think about that. That's why I'm saying, yo, when everybody looking over there, that's a sign that you might want to look over there. It could be something you missing over there. When everybody's focused their attention over there, you might want to look in the other direction. Just saying. All right, so let's figure this out, though. Okay, because this is giving folks a 99% blocking, right? And listen, I'm going to be honest. Everybody's so hyper focused on cure. Is that what you really want? Cure? Or do you want prevention? Like, do you want to not get it? See, I'm on the not get it side of things, right? I'm on the not get it. I'm on the prevention side. I'm on the, whatever that is, I want to know more about this, right? Something that could block it 99.9%. And that's in people that are having sex with people that have it. You understand? That's what blocking it is. Two people having sex, neither one of them has the virus. You're not blocking it. It's not there. It can't transmit if neither partner has it, right? But if you're having sex, you're extremely high risk. That means you're having sex with people who possibly can give you it. So if it's blocking 99, where there's smoke, there's fire. We on to something now. We cooking. No, they saying it was out, but this new one just came out. So they saying the PrEP was out in 2012, but the new one where they're giving the statistics of 99 and 74%. I believe that's the newest updated version. So yeah, you're right. It definitely was out long. It says it right here, but the new potent one with the effects, I believe, is the one that's released in 2019. So you see right here, they were saying they had something in 2012, right? But the new joint is where they're getting the statistics from, right? And here's the injectable they released in 2021. But remember, the injectables, obviously, for whatever reason, are not as good as the pill, right? Now, in June of this year, lenacapavir demonstrated 100% efficiency at blocking. That's the one that we just watched. The black guy was saying something, and then we went off the black guy. Maybe we should listen to. Maybe we should watch him a little bit longer.
Who have sex with men. That means it works by stopping the spread of the virus that can cause AIDS. And a new trial included cisgender men, transgender women, and non-binary people who have sex with men. That means 2 large-scale trials have shown the drug provides almost complete protection against infection with the virus. Around 40 million people are infected with HIV worldwide, and lenacapavir will give a huge boost to prevention efforts. But getting it to the people who need it most could prove tricky.
The anti-HIV compounds.
All right. So hold on. I didn't want to come back to me. I wanted to go back to the drugs. Okay, so let's go back to the drugs. Let's start up here. Before we get to that, let's start right here with this one. Because this must be a good one, right? And the reason why I say this must be a good one, if you pay attention, in 2012, when they started, they had these 2 drugs, right? And then they swapped out this one right here, 1004-vir disoproxil. They changed that to 1004-vir alafenamide. Right. So that's where the improvement came in from 2012 to 2019. Emtricitabine, this thing here, right? This one here, it stays the same. Right. This one here kind of stays the same. So obviously that's still working. Right. But let's look these up and see what these things is. So let's start with this. Boop. Right, let's start with this. Right, this is a nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitor. A nucleoside reverse transcriptase inhibitor. So again, this is what I was saying earlier. In order for RNA to turn into DNA, it needs reverse transcriptase. Right? So that's how RNA, because remember, RNA is just one strand, right? So the RNA, when it comes to the reverse transcriptase enzyme, right? Reverse transcriptase. So basically, the way DNA works, right? You have DNA. Right? The DNA, in order for instructions to happen, right? RNA gets made. And then, you have messenger RNA and goes down to the endoplasmic reticulum and blah, 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 blah. Right? But RNA, in the presence of reverse transcriptase, can go backwards. That's why it's reversing the transcript. Right? Transcript is a written out message, right? It's a written out message. So this can reverse the written out message and produce DNA, right? So if you stop the virus from coming in contact with the reverse transcriptase, this never gets to happen, right? So There are drugs that do this, right? There's drugs that do this. Clearly, we see them having a great deal of success with it. There are also plants that do this, right? There are plants that do this, right? And they may be less successful at doing it than the drug, or they might be just as or more, right? But if you don't even know that these plants exist, you don't even know how to research them, right? So, of course, in the book, on Amazon right now, just saying, right? So that's how this one works, right? That's what this is. Reverse transcriptase, right? It's blocking the reverse transcriptase, right? All right, they're saying it works with some other stuff. You might get diarrhea, headache, or rash. Skin discoloration, which is typically reported as hyperpigmentation and usually affects the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet, is reported in less than 2% of individuals and is almost exclusive to patients of African origin. That's a nice way to slip some black stuff in there, right? So black people have a different reaction than other people. When black people take it, their body produces a lot more melanin, visible in the palms of the hands and the feet. That's interesting, because in the hands and the feet, what you're seeing is a concentration of pigment that's floating around in the bloodstream, right? So this doesn't only with this medicine. With this medicine is talking about specifically melanin. That is very interesting. But we have the hashtag Green Man Challenge, right? Hashtag 10K a day, vitamin A, right? Challenge. And so one of the things we talked about is when you have too much vitamin A every day, right? After 2-3 months of having, I don't know, 20,000, like having high amounts of vitamin A every day, circulating in your blood, your hands and your feet start to get like orange and red because of the pigments that's floating around in the blood. If you should happen to have a whole bunch of chlorophyll, the same thing happens. You can see a green tinge in the palms of your hands and in the soles of your feet because of the pigment floating around in the blood. Now, if you're a woman that's breastfeeding, you will notice the milk will have a pinkish, reddish, orangish tint to it if you're having a whole bunch of vitamin A. On the flip side, if you're having a whole bunch of chlorophyll, you'll notice that the breast milk is greenish, right? So you see what's going on the inside by what's coming to an outside. So it's just very interesting. We just file that away in our mental Rolodex that somehow hyperpigmentation is happening, which means more melanin production. Right? That is very interesting. That is very interesting indeed. Right? All right. So tricitabine is an analog of citidine. The drug works by inhibiting reverse transcriptase, the enzyme that copies HIV RNA into new viral DNA. By interfering with this process, which is central to the replication of HIV, tricitabine can help lower the amount of HIV or the viral load in a patient's body and can indirectly increase the number of immune cells, namely T cells or CD4 T cells. Both of these changes are associated with healthier immune systems and decreased likelihood of serious illness. Okay, so there's that. Now let's look at this other joker over here. Tenofovir alafenamide, sold under the brand name Vemlidy, is an antiviral medication used against hepatitis B and HIV. It is used for the treatment of chronic hepatitis B virus-infected adults and with compensated liver disease, and is given in combination with other medications for the prevention and treatment of HIV. It is taken by mouth. Tenofovir alafenamide is a nucleotide reverse transcriptase inhibitor. Hold on. So look at this. Pay attention now. How long y'all been following me? How long we been having these conversations? So they've combined, they combine both. Remember, I've been saying this for probably 10 years already. Nucleoside analogs and nucleotide analogs. So the PrEP drug is a combination of a nucleoside analog and a nucleotide analog working together. Just, just toot my own horn every so often. I'm just saying. You might want to hand cash out. Just, you researching why they say eat an apple a day keeps the doctor away? Because apples are amazing. Apples are amazing. That's why. Apples are amazing. Apples come with the pigment, the fiber. Like there's a lot of things in the apple, but the pigment and the fiber is going to do a lot right there. And then you have what's this other guy that's in the apples? I want to say uracilic acid. I think it's uracilic acid that's also in the apples. That's in the prune juice. You know what I'm saying? But prune juice is nasty as hell. People don't really like the prune juice, but the apples, right? Not in apple juice. Apple juice is sugar water as well, but the actual apples itself, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, the apples are good. And then eating apple seeds is still controversial. People are like, oh, it's got cyanide in it. So we won't discuss the apple seeds, but yeah, apples is good. And then also, the more we find out about the microbiome, the more value fiber has. The more value fiber has, right? So there's gonna come a time, mark my words, you heard it here first. There's gonna come a time when they're just gonna be saying plain old fiber is antiviral. I promise you that time is coming very shortly, right? Where you're going to say fiber is antiviral because of one of the things that we discuss in the book is this relationship right here, right? Here's what we talk about in the book. And this is from our research. The 1, 2, 3, right? The 1, 2, 3 is the relationship inside your body of your bacteria, which is the number 1, to your viruses, which is number 2, to your funguses, which is number 3, right? That activity is very important. The bacteria is number 1 because the bacteria keeps the viruses and the funguses in check. If the bacteria goes on strike, it is a wrap. The viruses and or the funguses are going to go wild in your body, right? And a person going from HIV to AIDS is the best example of that, because soon as they make that transition, like when the T cells go low, the first thing that happens is the inside of their body gets overpopulated with the fungus, the Candida. Like that's a hallmark, period. Like every time, that's a hallmark of AIDS, right? The fungus goes wild and takes over the body. So they have like the white tongue, the white mouth, and the whole inside of the lungs and throat and all that. It just be fungus. You know what I'm saying? Like how you look at bread. When your bread is going, like when your bread is old and you start to see them patches of gray and all that shit on the bread, imagine you wake up one day, your whole mouth and your whole insides be like that. That's how that go, right? So that's how we you know, and that's just not with HIV or AIDS. That's anything that can lead to autoimmune disease where your immune system breaks down, or you know, your immune system starts to attack the body, which is similar to your immune system breaking down, but it's not the same, right? Not having an immune system is different than having an angry immune system with you that's attacking your body, right? So, but a lot of information we can gather from that. And the fame, I need some fame. I don't have any. You said the fame. I know you meant the fam. All right. So just you know, just to put that in your pocket though, you see this? The first one is a nucleoside reverse transcriptase, and then the second one is a nucleotide version, right? So that's deep that they combine the both of those to add that fighting power, right? And basically, what's the difference between the nucleoside and the nucleotide? That's very simple. Y'all should know that. Somebody should be able to just throw that in the chat real quick. All right, let me see. So let's go back to the newest one. Now let's see. So, and that's the one right there. So they combined the nucleoside and the nucleotide, and they got a 99% prevention rate. That's crazy right there. That's crazy. And then they improved on it and came with this next thing down here. What my man was talking about, lenacapavir. Now let's see what this is. Lenacapavir. Oh, wow. So look at that. See, my mind always goes to these things that people probably wouldn't pay no attention to. So now this is the most potent, strongest one at stopping the virus from infecting people, and it's called Sunlecta. So the name starts off with sun, right? So this one, the name starts off with sun, and the other one has a side effect that produces melanin. I want you niggas to wake up out there in the back. I'm just saying, these are some hellified coincidences. That's all they are. It's just coincidences, right? They don't really mean anything. I'm just saying, these are some hellified coincidences. Anyway, right? Don't pay me no attention. Those are just my insights. All right, blah, 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 blah. What is this? Lenacapavir works by binding directly to the interface between HIV viral capsid protein P24 subunits and capsid hexamers, interfering with essential steps of viral replication, including capsid-mediated nuclear uptake of HIV-1 proviral DNA, virus assembly and release, production of capsid protein subunits, and capsid core formation. Okay, so let me tell you what they're not going to put here, because if this seems like they're leaving stuff out, that's because the stuff they're leaving out is like crucial to their product, right? And if they put like the secret sauce, basically other folks could copy it. You know what I'm saying? But what they're leaving out is the geometry. Geometry is a thing here, right? So don't think that I just won't even say the M word. Geometry is a thing here. So if you can change the shape, right, of a molecule by just removing an atom or adding some atoms to it, just adding some parts to it or taking some parts away, that changes the ability, that changes the biochemistry. You know what I'm saying? That changes the biochemistry. So if you can change the shape effectively by, you know, basically creating something that only attaches to this, and so it permanently changes the shape, it may stop it from being able to get to the machinery. Because this is the thing about viral DNA in your body. A lot of these viruses, specifically RNA viruses, but they need to get to certain stuff in your body in order to replicate. So it's not just how we've been taught, like, okay, a virus needs your cell to replicate. Yes, it needs the cell to replicate, but it needs certain things even before it can get to that stage. You know what I'm saying? So it's like pots and pans. You need pots and pans if you're going to cook in the kitchen. Yeah, you need a kitchen. Kitchen is the cell. Yeah, you need a kitchen in order to cook in there, right? You don't need a kitchen. You need a stove and all that. You need a kitchen. But even if somebody say go in the kitchen and there's an empty kitchen, there's no utensils, no pots, no pans, you can't make no food in there, right? So you got to go get you pots and pans and all that. So it's kind of like that. The cell would be the kitchen, and the machinery the virus need to replicate, you think of that like pots and pans. So if you can just start grabbing pots and pans, or maybe you inhibit the virus from being able to reach, you know, that's a way to totally, obviously, totally block, right? And what they're doing, if you notice, they're using combinations of these things because your body is so big on the inside, there's no way for one thing to completely do anything. Right? Not to mention the fact that, you know, your body has everything it has in there because it also needs it. So if you completely inhibit something, you might damage your body as well. That's where you run the risk of side effects, et cetera, because the machinery that the virus uses to replicate is stuff your regular healthy cells use also. So you can't just, you know what I'm saying? You can't just stop, you know what I'm saying, everything at the same. So they're using combinations of stuff. Right? Very important when you think about the herbal side or the naturopath side, right? And then also when you think about the goofball side, right? Because the goofball side, oh, I got this herb from the top of the mountain on Kilimanjaro, and this was going to cure. All right, so they did their thing here. All right, so I think let me see how many hours we've been going. I think we did pretty good. We're adding more info to what we did yesterday. Right? I think we did pretty good. Here's one last thing I want to add to this for the day anyway, at least, because we might be on information overload. Let's go. Okay, let's do this. Boop, 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 boop. This, yeah. Here we go. So you can see what I'm saying. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, let's go here. If you have HIV, treatment called ART can help you live a long, healthy life, but it's a good idea to be aware of some health risks you might face, including fungal infections like Candida. This infection usually infects the mouth, throat, esophagus, or vagina. When it shows up in your mouth or throat, doctors call it thrush, right? if you're a parent and you have babies, doctors tell you about thrush for your babies, because babies often have thrush, right? Because babies are just coming into the world and their bodies is not used to dealing with the 1, 2, 3. So they need help. Most of that help is supposed to come from the breast, because mom, you already got a whole lifetime of dealing with bacteria, viruses, and funguses. The baby does not. So you got to breastfeed the baby. Children that are not breastfed have a much higher rate of thrush. But just know that thrush is Candida, and that Candida is fungus, right? It is fungus. Okay, so I just want y'all to keep all that stuff in mind. All right. Candida could bring on painful symptoms that could make it hard for you to do things like eat, sleep, blah, 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 blah. Candida of the mouth and throat are usually signs of advanced HIV. And usually don't happen if you're taking ART, right? So I just don't want you people to think that I'm making any part of this stuff up. And you see this? Look, Candida of the mouth, throat, and lungs are usually signs of advanced HIV. So once that T cell count go, right? Or maybe we should pull up. Let's pull this up. Right? Let's pull this up. Let's look at this for a second. Okay, I might be going too crazy right now. This might be too much. But let's look at these. My bad. I thought y'all was on the same page. Okay. Potential links between microbiota and T cell immunity determine tumor cell fate. Right? So look at this example right here. The central role of the microbiota as a pivotal factor regulating anti-tumor responses has recently been appreciated. Increased evidence has put a spotlight on the connection of microbiota to T cells by showing impaired effector and or memory responses in germ-free mice or in the presence of dysbiotic communities, and associated with tumor growth and overall survival. These observations also have significant implications for anti-tumor therapy, vaccination, suggesting that what? Oh shit, this was a good article to hit. Suggesting that what that word is right there? What I said we supposed to, what? Now, hold on. What I said we supposed to focus on, listen, I'm just saying. They call me the GOAT for a reason. Nigga, what? Look, it said the communication between T cells and microbiota involves soluble mediators that influence various functions of T cells. Okay, so that's come on, we're on fire right now. All right, so that's in Nature. Let's see what the NIH is saying over here. Okay, the role of gut microbiota in T cell immunity, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Gut microbiota was only considered a commensal organism that aids in digestion. Recent studies reveal that the microbiome play a critical role in both physiological and pathological immune systems. The gut microbiome composition is altered by environmental factors such as diet and hygiene. And the alteration affects immune cells, especially T cells. I'm just saying, we already at the next level, right? So folks is right here with it. We down the road already. We already down the road. right? Because that's a two-way relationship. That's a two-way relationship. The T cells affect the microbiome affect the T cells. If the T cells fall through the floor, it's because something over in the microbiome. So we're looking at T cells, and the T cell factor is the clinical deciding factor of the transition from HIV to AIDS, right? The T cells drop low. But the thing is, the T cells doesn't drop low unless the microbiome has lost its mind, as well as some other stuff going on with your bone marrow, right? So, and of course, HIV virus is in there causing microbiome changes as well as bone marrow changes, right? So, yeah. So, yeah, get the book. Yeah, there's some other stuff too. There's some other stuff, right? There's some other stuff, but I mean, I don't think that we could be any less thorough. I don't think there's been between yesterday and today, y'all got master class on HIV. Y'all at this, y'all at the worldwide cutting edge level. Y'all know everything that's going on right now. And you get the book, you'll know even more. Look at this right here. Now look at this right here. Will you look at this? I need to get that Kevin Hart part, that little Kevin Hart clip to go, will you look at this? Will you look at this? Gut microbiota dysbiosis is caused by a variety of mechanisms, including microbiome imbalance, immune dysregulation, pro-inflammatory mechanisms, and metabolic activities. Dysbiosis lead to various T-cell related diseases, including rheumatoid arthritis, type 1 and type 2 diabetes, asthma, cardiovascular disease, and boom, 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 boom. Yeah. So this is the rabbit hole. Right? So that's the thing also with illness. And this would probably be a good point for us to wrap it up on. You're like, Doc, it seems like you know a lot more than you telling us. Oh, shit. So here's the thing. This is what I found out from all my years of study, right? Right? You got this, right? The 1, 2, 3. I have not been able to find any disease of any type or any illness of any kind that before you get the upstream stuff, it's down here. It's down here. So this is the foundation. This is the real root. Like this is the root. Down here is the root. Now from here, you're going to have problems that come out in the immune community. Right? Right? Problems here will lead to problems here, right? You also have problems here leading to problems here, right? You also have problems down here that lead to problems over here. Neurotransmitters. That's too much words, too much letters, right? But you got it. Neurotransmitters, right? And so this is your main areas where all your problems going to come, right? Like that. Now, where is the food coming in at, Doc? Because I don't see the food. Well, the food is going to come in right over here. So you got food right? You got food, you got, I'm gonna just put an I and a dot, right? You got industrial chemicals, right? You got recreational drugs, right? You got everybody's favorite that people don't even want to learn about. They don't even like me discussing this shit. You got tap water, right? So all this stuff will go in your body and affect this, right? And then lack of, then you can add over here, we'll put it up here. Lack of protective nutrition. Yeah, protective nutrition or prophylactic nutrition. Yeah, something like that. We'll just name it something like that. Like, all that's going to affect down there, right? The big one, fiber. That's going to affect that stuff down there. So there's a whole bunch of different things that controls this in here, right? But you got the neurotransmitters on one side, you got the hormones, and then over here you got cytokines, right? And these cytokines, hormones, and neurotransmitters is what? It's basically all of your cellular communication right there, right? Because this is a whole bunch of different stuff, right? So interleukins and interferons and chemokines and myokines and all those things, that's just categories of this, right? So all of them is this, right? Then you got hormones, which is kind of way upstream. You got neurotransmitters. And then you have combinations of stuff, right? So you have neurosteroids, which would be like right in this pocket, right? Right? Somewhere in between hormones and neurotransmitters is neurosteroids, which is the issue that people that what they're investigating for people that are born with body dysmorphia, or feeling like they're, alternative preferences. This is where they're investigating in the brain, the neurosteroids or the pre-hormones in the brain. But yeah, so this is at the base though. This is at the base, right? So we really go into the 1, 2, 3 is our little thing. I just came up with that to simplify, because I didn't want to type over and over and over bacteria, virus. I was like, we gotta get a little vibe. We gotta turn this into something. You know what I'm saying? So we got the 1, 2, 3, right? The 1, 2, 3, right? So we're investigating the 1, 2, 3. So that's another thing in the book. We like doing detective work. We're investigating the 1, 2, 3 involved with all this different stuff, right? And so you start to find out that there are different patterns of disruption here that's associated with different diseases. So you have different patterns of disruption in the microbiome with people with diabetes, right? So people with healthy microbiome, people healthy and people that are diabetic have different microbiomes, right? People that are healthy have different microbiome than a person with diabetes, than a person with lupus, than a person with AIDS, than a person with cancer, than a person with, right? So these variations is just stuff to really look at. And then when you get down at that level and you go, well, what if we can prevent the change in the microbiome? does that then prevent the changes upstream that lead to the disease symptoms? Right? Right? Very interesting. So we explore a lot of that. Other folks have explored a lot of that. And so we have the documentation and some paperwork and a lot of good stuff in the book. All right, but that's kind of the way we approach it, if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Are y'all alive? Did everybody drop dead? Are y'all okay in the chat? Is it? Press 1 if you're alive. Press number 2 if you need a wellness check. Press number 1 if you're alive. Press number 2 if you need a wellness check. Don't press anything if you are dead and your internet just running by itself. Yo, Vincent said, what you talking about? Okay, good. I'm happy to see some ones. I'm just saying, it was quiet over there for a second. I had to make sure niggas was alive. You know what I mean? Yeah, I had to make sure y'all was alive over there. You know, it was crazy. Look at Mike talking about I'm dead. He need a wellness check. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we got to smile because these videos be dark. You know, that's another reason why a lot of people won't really tackle some of these subjects because it's dark. You know what I'm saying? It's a heavy energy, you know what I'm saying? Because it's, you know, it's sickness, it's disease, it's death. And you don't want people to play around with this stuff and be telling you they got miracle herbs and all kinds of foolishness and, you know, like crazy. Oh, just fast. Yeah, just stop eating. And then when you stop eating, it's going to cure your body all by itself. Like, whoa. Yeah, that's probably not it. Hold up. M4 press 1. M4 press 1 and 2. Now, hold up. Vincent, am I talking about preventing or cure? Well, we discussed both all throughout the video. We've been talking about 3 hours. So the video kind of has splashes all over the place of both, right? But, you know, respectfully to the 40 million people that have HIV and maybe another 40 million people that don't know they have it, they're walking around positive, but they're not tested. Even 100 million people with HIV is still not, that's still a drop in the bucket compared to the 8 billion people that are alive, right? So deadly illness affects 100 million. Like we're rounding up. Deadly illness affects 100 million in a population of 8 billion. Focus on cure, focus on prevention. Cure, prevention, cure, prevention. Which one stops the virus? Cure or prevention? Prevention. Prevention is how you help the world. Cure is how you kind of help the world a little bit, but you do more helping yourself because you can profit, you know, you can run it up by letting people get sick and then they come get you. And then what do those people do? They go back and get sick again. Just like gonorrhea or one of those, you know, chlamydia back in the days, you go get chlamydia because you was out there going crazy. You go to the doctor, you get a shot in the butt, you're down for a couple of weeks, you right back out there going crazy because you realize you don't really have to take it serious. You could just do whatever and go get a shot in the butt and then you back in the game, right? But figuring out how to stop people from getting it, that's like the next level. So that's where the focus really needs to, you know what I'm saying? That's where the focus really got to go. Yeah, listen, Mike, I know what you're talking about. I was on daddy duty this morning and it went crazy. It went crazy. Kylie and Aubrey talking about they got the trunk or treat thing at day school, right? Day school is like right next to the thing, 2-3 blocks up from the house. Halfway to day school, they're like, Oh, wait, Dad, it's not at our school, it's at another school. Way across town. Way across town. Not even across town. Technically, it's in a different city. You know what I'm saying? So, but we went, they had fun, you know, whatever. Daddy duty. I just be wanting my little daddy pics and just I'll be the old nigga in the background. I don't be doing too much. I try to let them do whatever they're doing, because once they get to places like that, you know, that was more like a vibe in their school. You know what I'm saying? So they was more interested in seeing their teachers and their classmates than, you know what I'm saying? But I just don't let my children go anywhere by themselves. Like, that's a rule. So yeah, Halloween joint, nah, you ain't carpooling, you going with daddy. Sure. But that's like a whole different video. I get it. You know, in the UTI and the genitals and all that kind of stuff. So it might fit in there, but that's like a whole nother video. So I got you, Vincent. You just got to give me a second with that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you got to give me a second with that. And you got to make sure you are you down with the, you know, are you part of the Patreon team? Or you just one of the occasional YouTube viewers, right? Because if you're part of the Patreon team, I'll write a whole book for you just covering urinary tract infections. So that's kind of how the priority system goes. You know what I'm saying? If you part of the movement, then, you know, your issues is my issues. A quick protocol to follow right now: go get you some cherry syrup. I like just not knowing anything about what you got going on. You know, cherry syrup is good. You know, get you some cranberry stuff, some basic stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, general stuff, general herbs, right? But, you know, I'd have to get deep into my bag and do like a whole piece on that. We're going to be here for 2-3 more hours on urinary tract infections. And urinary tract infections, as women can tell you, can get crazy. Because a woman could get a UTI from, you know, anywhere. So that should just give us men who are a lot less hygiene aware an idea of how, you know, complex that conversation could get. You never took antibiotics. Why not? Why didn't you take antibiotics? And if you're not going to take antibiotics from the hospital, why didn't you get you some plants? You can get plant, you know, there are plenty of plants that are antibiotic. You know what I'm saying? But that'd be my biggest pet peeve. Come on, Vincent, you're going to be making me mad with you, man. A lot of people, they don't go to the doctor, but they're not doing no holistic stuff either. Like, I just don't understand that concept. Like, you're supposed to be taking herbs. All of you anti-hospital or scared of the doctor people should be taking herbs every single day, no matter what. Like, to do nothing in a world where literally hundreds of millions of viruses, bacteria, and fungus attacks your body every day. If you're not going to be one of them people that got your doctor on standby, you taking your checkups every certain many months and that. On the other side, you got to be aggressive with all your natural protocols. But if we're not running no protocols, we asking to get sick, respectfully. No, but that's what I'm saying, Vincent. It's not about aware of it. This is what I'm trying to say to people. I'm saying a totally healthy person, I don't have anything, right? That's what I'm saying. Using myself for example, I don't have anything. But what I'm saying is every day, 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 every day antiviral oils, oregano oil, the different herbs, the like all those things, the boo, all that shit I take every day. So it's not a matter of being aware of something. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we need to be aware. I'll get the video flag, but we need to listen to that. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna grab that Mob Deep line, and I'm gonna have to loop that and make it. I'm gonna have to make me a little loop. It's a war going on outside. No man is safe from. You could run, but you can't hide forever from these streets that we done took. You walking with your head down, scared to look. You shook, because ain't no such things as halfway crooks. That's how it is. The viruses, the bacteria, the fungus, they done took over the world. We are living in their world. So it ain't no such a thing as, like you got to just be on it. You know what I'm saying? And not you. You know what I'm saying? Just you having a dialogue with you. So I don't want to come down like you know. But everybody, man, that's, and people like, well, Inky just want to sell his products and woo, woo, woo. Of course, I want to make a living to keep my lights on. But I'm saying outside of that, you know what I'm saying? Like the sister asked about gout. I don't sell tart cherry syrup. So it's not about, you know what I'm saying, the money. And the reason why I shifted the books, when you get the book is going to have a bunch of stuff in there, right? A lot of these books, they got the actual things in there. So sometimes in the book, I'll mention something I have, but 90% of the stuff that I tell people that they need that's in the book is stuff you got to go get from somewhere else, because I'm much more concerned with people having the information so we could get in a really preventative state. You know what I'm saying? Out to prevention. So yeah, we want to get to that cure space, but man, Vincent, you really need to be on the full Patreon. Vincent, you need to be, Vincent, you need to be much more than a casual listener, champ. You got a lot more going on. Yeah, we need to get you a little bit more deep in. So you really need these books more than you think. See, that's what I'm saying. You got to get this information. This is how it goes when we don't have the info. You know what I'm saying? And it's not wait till we had a problem to get the info. It's learn as much as we can to prevent problems. Now, if problem pop up, we got shit in the stash to, we got plenty of things to attack problem. Reverse problem, but we want to prevent problems. That's really the major difference between the medical establishment and like the holistic approach. Right? The holistic approach is prevention. The medical establishment is go crazy, eat whatever, have sex with whoever, however you want. But, after you get in trouble, come see us and we'll put you back together again. What I'm saying is an optimal world, you want to use both approaches. You want to be as preventative as possible, and you want to have the best guys on standby for when your prevention is no longer like, you at the next, you missed something. You know what I'm saying? You're in trouble. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. That's what I'm saying, man. We got to get focused on this thing, man. We got to take this thing to another level, man. Otherwise, we're gonna be out here looking crazy because we don't know the info. You know what I'm saying? Like Dirk. Everybody talk about Little Dirk. Yo, Little Dirk. Like, bro, Little Dirk signed up to a life of crime. That's what a rap contract is. Yeah. Not only that, he became Muslim, right? Which it's haram in the Islamic culture to practice drugs, promote drugs, violence, to use your voice outside of God and all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's info. Like the Bible said, Hosea 4:6, my people are dying for lack of knowledge. Matter of fact, we're gonna put that on the screen because it's not even Hosea 4:6. That's the important thing. It's Hosea 4:7 where it get crazy. That's what we need to get on. Hold on. See that? We need that whole part. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge because they reject the knowledge. And because you reject the knowledge, God said he's going to reject you. Because you reject the knowledge, God is going to reject you. So God has his folks. He has his ways of sending the message out. Here go the info. Hey, come on. Here you go. Now, if you're going to reach your hand out and grab that info, but the info is there. Oh, I think Vincent trolling. He said, can he fast it out of his system? I'm dead. Yo, you got to go to another channel for that type of stuff. Yo, you got to go to one of the other channels, man. I'm sure if you go to KT channel, he might tell you drinking urine is cool. If you go to, what's his name? Yaki channel, he could tell you, so you're going to start me to getting crazy now. Look, have a nice Saturday, Vincent. I want you to study. Seriously, guys. Vincent is over there trolling. And you're going to start me to trolling. You know trolling is contagious. Who came up with the idea of trolling? Think about this. If you mischievous in social media world, it's called trolling. If you in the street, it's called demon time. And do you know people that be trolling and people that be on demon time don't believe in the devil?
The gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Tanya, Chicago-born rapper Lil Durk appeared before a federal judge in Florida this morning. He was arrested there Thursday in a murder-for-hire plot. Coming off his first Grammy win earlier this year, Chicago-bred rapper Lil Durk is now facing charges in connection to a murder-for-hire plot. The 32-year-old was born Dirk Banks. U.S. Marshals took Banks into custody on Thursday in Broward County. Banks appeared in federal.
Listen, a lot of individuals, man,
the 32-year-old
didn't understand what I put.
The 32-year-old,
not in my stories, but it's like a little link that everybody express themselves and say something.
The 32-year-old
at the top in your Instagram, like it's in your stories, but it's not your stories.
The 32-year-old.
But what I said was something that was simply understanding.
The 32-year-old.
Lil Durk is in a can because he's a Muslim.
The 32-year-old.
What ends up happening is that a lot of people won't get what I'm saying. I been know he was a Muslim.
The 32-year-old.
When he brought it to the forefront, he's doing something honorable.
The 32-year-old.
That'll make him get closer to a loss of panel with the Isla, promoting a loss of panel with the Isla, opposed to promoting the music.
Here's where you wrong, King Erna. Here's where you wrong, and here's where 1,000 other people making the same type of comments is wrong. Rappers don't promote music. They're not in the music industry. Rappers promote crime. That's what they get paid for. That's what they get paid for. Now he's frozen at 32.
And we got to understand that
The 32-year-old,
when I said he's in jail because he's Muslim, it's because guess what?
the 32-year-old,
You will be tested.
the 32-year-old,
You will be tested. And a lot of individuals going to say, oh, no, Erna, I didn't know what you were saying. I didn't know what you were saying. But guess what? I have understanding of what I was saying. And you didn't.
the 32-year-old,
But does anybody actually know what a rap is? That is what rap is. Rap is not lyrics. It's not poetry. See, because look, I just distinguished it. Just that quick. Lyrics are lyrics. See, lyrics, it's not rap. Lyrics are lyrics. Right? Poetry is poetry. Poetry is not rap. Rap is crime. They told you in advance before you signed the contract. How do you get out of a life of crime? Dead or in jail. They told niggas in advance. It's just that we didn't understand when they was telling us what they was telling us because we thought in another way it meant something else, or we didn't know. Nigga, this is what it is. They told us in advance how you get out of a life of crime. Dead or in jail. We don't even use proper English, which is a mixture of German and French. What we are doing in America is using American Sign Language. American Sign Language is for what? The deaf, dumb, and blind. So we don't know that we're mentally dead. Like textbook-wise, we're considered to be mentally dead, and we're handled that way. You know what I'm saying? We're addressed that way, we're handled that way. You know what I'm saying? One day I had a conversation, and I was going over definitions, and out of nowhere, I had like an angel call me up. Yo, it's such and such from Philly. Listen, I don't want nobody to know me, but listen, I got some information you got to talk about. And he was like, yo, you right on it. I just want to add something to it. The brother broke it down. He was like the American Sign Language. I had the other part. When he explained that to me, I was like, oh, this is scary. Sometimes you learn some shit about the world and it's so drastically different from what you already thought about the world that it's a little scary and creepy. Like, I was like, this is creepy right here. This is creepy. American Sign Language. Crazy. So, but communication, you know what I'm saying? Like we went through a good bit of that stuff in the rise of the Black culture wars. Like that was the pretext to what we did in the herpes book. Because you can't really get into the whole real science of the plants and the bugs and the germs and all that stuff without laying that foundation. And then the new book, we just went even super crazy. Yeah, then the new book, we just went even super crazier. Shout out to my guy Thanos in the building. Yeah. I like it. I like when I see the overseas family in the building. But yeah, so I know y'all like, hold up, that's crazy right there. We thought that was just a book about Diddy. No, man. How could that just be a book about Diddy?
See, look, let me explain something to y'all. Y'all don't even know what y'all think. Y'all look, if I put this like this, y'all think this is a part of the whole bull thing, right? So there's levels to everything. Like me, that's my favorite line. It's levels to this, right? When the bull fighter does like this with the red team, right? That whole thing about the bull and the bullfight, that's all symbolic. So there's surface level ideology, symbols, and things like that, but then there's layers to it. You know what I'm saying? So, everybody's running around, and the biggest conversation about, diddy, that's the thing that's got the web rocking, right? But I'm like, yo, look at this. Let me just show you 2 words, right? This what I'm saying about how people play on the fact that we don't really, like, we just don't know what we're looking at, and we don't take time anymore. We don't take time anymore, right? So, but if you find out the definitions of words and you start to take being literate serious, right? And I know some of y'all like, but Inky, you got mad typos in these books. Yeah, but the words, we need to get literate. The more literate we become, the more we can understand the world around us. Shit right now that doesn't make any sense will start to go like, you be like, wait, what? You telling me that this is a part of the contract? Niggas signed up for this? Black culture in America is based around rappers, right? Black culture in America. I had a debate with this guy about this whole thing, and I'm telling him, like, yo, because he was telling me that because I'm a Haitian, that I can't speak for Black culture or on the subject of Black culture, because Haitians are part of the groups of Black foreigners that hate Black culture. And so he was explaining to me, his name is Lex Vortex. I got the video somewhere. Y'all know I always got the content. Like I got the content, nigga, before WAC 100 existed, right? But so we having this debate, and he like, yeah, the guns and the kids with the guns and all this drug, and he's saying all this is Black culture. And I'm like, okay, well, in the world where that's Black culture, explain to me what the biblical culture is. Explain to me what the Kemetic ancient Egyptian culture is, because those don't resolve. If we tie ourselves back to the people from the Bible and we say that's us, oh, then this can't be us. We had to learn this from somewhere. If this is how historically we behave, if our new behavior doesn't match our traditions, right? Because culture, one definition of culture is the tradition. So if what we're doing is not in alignment with our traditions, then somewhere there was a break in the tradition, and we had to learn new customs that we've adopted. If we've adopted these new customs, well, then they're not ours. It's not us. We're doing cosplay. We're pretending, right? So a rapper is a person who raps, right? A rapper is the person who raps, right? And you sign a contract, right, to be a rapper, right? Because you want to be in the rap culture, and you're going to get paid a lot of money to sign a contract for this. And so when you ask people, what is this? Just like I ask people all the time. See, that's what I always start with, just asking, because if you don't ask people and they don't go on the record with the wrong answer,
they get to try to pretend that they knew the right answer the whole time. Especially when you're asking people simple questions like, yo, what is melanin? You know, what is that? You know, what is melanin? You know, what's rap? What is rap? You ask, what's rap? You know, oh yeah, what do you mean, what's rap? Rap is rap music, you know, rap music, you know, Young Jeezy, Jay-Z, KRS-One, you know, that's rap. You're like, oh, okay, all right, well, is that it? They're like, of course not, rap. You know, then you got niggas like Black Dot, right? Black Dot, Professor Griff. These are supposed to be conscious niggas. So they're going to teach you, and then when they teach you about rap, you're going to believe that they know what the hell they're talking about. Especially Professor Griff. You know, hey, I'm Professor Griff. I'm not only conscious and all this other shit, I was with Public Enemy, so of course I know what rap is, right? So they will tell you, you know, besides the lyrics, because these lyrics is not the real rap. You know, rap didn't start out with trap and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, I'm from the Bronx, are you sure about that, my nigga? Because, no, it definitely started out, you know. You wasn't in the Bronx in the early 80s, you don't understand. But it came out of abandoned buildings, crack houses, dope blocks, like Boy George, like, you know, that was that. You know, the subject matter would have been there. Even the Zulu Nation. I don't know what people think Zulu Nation is. Zulu Nation, y'all seen the Zulu Nation in music videos. And now Africa Bambaataa got all this gay shit or pedophile or whatever he got going on. So your view of what Zulu Nation is totally different. Because now you add in all that sexual deviant stuff in there. Before the sexual deviant stuff, they already look fruity and weird with the robot outfits and the YMCA type of wild shit they was wearing and all that. But underneath that, right, the Zulu Nation was the most dangerous gangs in New York City. Before there was any Bloods and Crips, you know what I'm saying? You had like, when I say dangerous, the Black Spades is probably the most dangerous gang ever in New York City. Ever. You know what I'm saying? These are the guys that turned into the Zulu Nation to have a face that they could present to the community. Like, oh, yeah, no, we're the good guys. Like, no, you're the bad guys. And you're like, oh, no, whatever you say, you're the good guys. Like, I don't want any problems. So that's not what, you know. So anyway, you listen to the conscious niggas, they explain to you that it's more to rap than just the rap. You had the break dancing, right? You had graffiti. You had the teacher, right? You had all these different aspects of hip hop. And then they even separate hip hop from rap, right? So, okay, cool. But does anybody actually know what a rap is? That is what rap is. Rap is not lyrics. It's not poetry. See, because look, I just distinguished it. Just that quick. Lyrics are lyrics. See, lyrics is not rap. Lyrics are lyrics. Right? Poetry is poetry. Poetry is not rap. Rap is crime. DMX said, I sold my soul to the devil and the price is cheap. DMX said, I sold my soul to the devil and the price was cheap. Look around. How does record sell? How does record sell? When did Jay-Z get hot? How did Jay-Z pop off? Think about it. Come on. Let me see if you niggas really know anything about rap. How did Jay-Z pop off? Jay-Z popped off because he's, you know, somebody in his entourage may had or may not have had a knife that may have went in and out of Un's body a few times. So allegedly, somebody in Jay-Z's entourage happened to stab up Biggie's manager. So this is why even later on, when the stories about Jay and Biggie always being best friends come out, it's confusing to some people that was from New York at the time. Like, since when? You didn't come out with Biggie, you was with Jaz-O. And when y'all was in the same space, y'all had beef, because that's how who was actually Biggie's man, wound up getting stabbed up. And then all of a sudden you blew up because you just happened to release an album like right either that day or the day after got stabbed up, the album dropped. Bang! And everybody was like, because Jay-Z was in the newspaper. All right. Puff Daddy blew up. How did Puff Daddy blow up? How did Puff Daddy get recognized? Because he threw a party and they chained up all the doors and people got trampled and died. Crime. So if you know about rap, you know that this is what rap is. When you sign the contract, if you don't understand what rap is, you just the public. And the public think rap is singing and dancing and all this other shit. You got another thing coming when you sign that contract. Because you're not going to sell no records unless you do this. See? So the pipeline to prison, that mystery meeting from the 90s that they write about where the record companies invested in the prisons and all that, none of that makes sense. It all seems like racial oppression. The white man is trying to get the black man, and so they tricked you and da-da-da-da-da. No, you niggas don't want to read. You don't want to read. You're signing up to an industry that because you didn't read, you didn't know the industry you were signing up to. Yeah. How did Eminem get popping? Eminem got popping because he's the nigga that promoted using all the pills. Yeah. Promoting the pills, trying to kill his mama, commit suicide. Remember all that early Marches Mathers shit? That shit was crazy. But his thing was, in his music, he was inflicting crime on himself and his family, as opposed to other artists where their crime is on the community or on others around them or on the ops or whoever. You know, or back in the days, Ice-T. How did Ice-T get popping? Because he was going to kill the police in his music. Like he was going from selling pussy to killing police. Right? So he's going from a pimp to a murderer. Right? How did Snoop get famous? How did Snoop come on? Because it's 187 on an undercover car. Yeah, and you don't stop. And there's 187 on an undercover car. Yeah, this is what rap is. Rap is crime. That's what you sign up for. Right? So when the label signs you, they tell you that as an artist, what are you doing? You're selling the lifestyle. Okay, well, what is the lifestyle? Your dumb ass thinks that the lifestyle means that you getting champagne and having sex all day. No. This is the lifestyle. Crime. That's what it is. This is rap. Right? So that's the definition of rap. And the other definition of rap is to do what? It's to hit, strike, attack, punch, right? The list goes on. Right? Hit, strike, attack, punch. Yeah, that's what rap means. Yeah, you give somebody a good rap on the chin. Like 100 years ago, that's what they used to say for punching people in the face. Now we say punch you in the face, or I jabbed them. You know what I'm saying?
or you know what they say, I snuck him. You know what I'm saying? I snuck him. I sucker punched him or whatever. It's a bunch of different, but it used to be rap. To the point where you go back 100 years, pastors and preachers in church describe Cain killing Abel this way. Rap on the head. Yeah, rap on the head. Right? Up until very recently, how did your street, for my uncles, like the older guys before me, your street cred street cred was something they invented to cover this all up. Because see, this all works only if you don't know what you're signing up for until you sign up. So they had to change this and hide this from people. So street cred was the thing they came up with, especially to try to make things, to create a double speak that you couldn't understand, right? Because they need to be honest with you. Listen to this. This is some fly shit. They need to be honest with you in a way that you still don't know what they're talking about. But should shit hit the fan later, they don't have liability because they were honest with you, right? So when they say that you're getting signed from your street credibility, right? And street credit is everything. You don't realize that you're signing up with a bank. Yes, when you get a record deal, you're signing up with a bank to get a loan. So of course they're gonna check your credit, nigga. You didn't understand. But your street credit that they was checking was how much you're gonna raise the crime rate. The crime rate is the interest rate. It's the return on the profit. Because 80% of inner city budget comes from crime. How you think the judges, the people get paid? Where do you think the money comes from? Taxes don't make nowhere near much money as crime do. Wait till the holidays. Nigga, what do you think all them state troopers is sitting on the highway for in the cut, waiting to catch your ass speed? Huh? How do they generate that income to take care of the city's budget? It comes from crime. And as the prisons got bigger and better, they generate more money from crime. Jay-Z even said that on one of his songs. He said, I boosted the crime rate so high in one city, they sent the National Guard to get me. Shit, B. So anyway, this is what I'm saying. This is the type of ignorance. This is what I'm saying. People don't even understand masonry, right? Because you signed up, you took an oath. Did you niggas ever ask what the oath is? Because there's lots of groups all over the world that take oaths. You know what the Masonic oath is? The Masonic oath is to fight against fear, ignorance, and superstition wherever you find it, to eliminate it. So this is why I'll teach until I fall on the fucking ground, because I took an oath to do that. Yeah, this is the highest level of ignorance. So when we surprised. Oh my God, Puff Daddy's in jail. Oh, they just got Little Durk. Oh my God, what? No, YSL, they what do you mean? No, nigga, this is what they signed up for. They signed a contract for this. See, what happens is when niggas find out what they signed up for, and then they go, oh shit, I gotta get out of this contract. Tupac signed up for this. He signed up to death row. Listen, he signed up to death row. I don't see, y'all don't have y'all eyes open. Y'all are like half asleep because y'all don't understand that awake happens in degrees. Did you catch it? Awake happens in degrees. Did you catch it there? Awake happens in degrees. So niggas is walking around out here, sleep, brain dead. You signed, listen, Tupac was in prison and he signed a record deal with the biggest gangster in California to be a rapper on a label called Death Row
where he would be partnered up with a Crip named Snoop that was on trial for double murder. Are you niggas paying attention to what's actually happening? The way we look at events around us, this is what I'm saying. This is why, see, we are in a stupor. That's why we all high and shit. We high all the time so that we can't correctly see what's going on until it's too late. Yeah. So Tupac figures this shit out, and that nigga goes to the studio immediately like, yo, I'm getting ready to album you niggas to death. How many albums I got on there? 10 albums? Okay, check this shit out. Listen, get me a mattress. Put me a mattress over there in that other room. I need a mattress in that other room. I'm not leaving this studio until I got how many albums? 10 albums? We getting ready to put these 10 albums together by next month. I'm out of this motherfucker. Hell no. Y'all didn't trap me into this. Oh, hell no. But how do you leave the life of crime? They told you in advance before you signed the contract. How do you get out of a life of crime? Dead or in jail. They told niggas in advance. It's just that we didn't understand when they was telling us what they was telling us because we thought in another way it meant something else, or we didn't know. Nigga, this is what it is. They told us in advance how you get out of a life of crime. Dead or in jail. Yeah. Why do you think they snatched that fucking money back from Kanye? Kanye outsmarted everybody. Kanye outsmarted everybody. He is the slickest nigga out. Kanye was like, oh, niggas is trying to, oh, wait a minute. Oh, hell no. Kanye started wearing bulletproof hose, everything. He got bulletproof socks, drawers. Hey, this thing got bulletproof tires. Listen, Kanye, when niggas figure this shit out, like, bro, you contract for this. You in for this. Yeah, you can't get out of this. So you have to keep making records, right? You got to keep making records. Now, hold up. When you get arrested, what you get? A record. Hold on. Listen. Before it was called street cred, what was it called? A rap sheet. Hello? I just need, let me see if this thing is on. Hey, y'all niggas awake back there. Let me see if this mic working. Do y'all niggas know what a rap sheet is? This was what it was called. This is what you had before street cred. You had a rap sheet. See, they just changed it around so you wouldn't understand this. Plus, they wanted to add that honesty part. So you're like, no, it's street credibility. You know, your street cred is what's going to be the most important thing, because your street cred, now listen to this, they told you the truth. They said your street cred is going to determine how you can pay back your loan. If the record sells, you know, got a big buzz in the street, you know, because you pop it in the neighborhood, you know, your street. Well, how do you get popping in the neighborhood? Yeah. Right. See, we're not literate. We're not paying attention to the words, right? So, yeah. Now, what we think rap means, that's what Diddy means. That's what Diddy means. Right? Nobody ever asked themselves what Diddy means? Right? If you're thinking about this, because you don't understand language, right? Letters are arbitrary. It's about the phonetics. That's what it is. It's the phonetics, right? And then if you have the gold book, what's the gold book? We talk about
in the gold book. Is it the gold book? No, it might not be the gold book. Oh, yeah. Is it the gold book? No. It's the movement book. Right? Let's go to the movement book real quick. The movement book. In the yep. In the movement book. If you got this movement book, I want you to go to page 194. Go to page 194 if you have this book. If you don't have this book, you played yourself. Right? If you don't have this book, you played yourself. Right? If you don't know what this is by eyeballing it, you played yourself. Right? But we talk about the magnetism that's associated with each word you put out into the world. We talk about that. Right? Speak things into existence. Right? So by creating a name for yourself, you, right? So Diddy is nothing. But what does Diddy mean? I just changed the spelling, but I didn't change what I said. Diddy and Diddy. Diddy and Diddy. This, though, you can't really find nothing for this. This is like some old made up, oh, that's a nickname. He went from Puff Daddy to P. Diddy. You know what Diddy is? Lyrics, voice, divine song, short poem. Yeah. Yeah. Diddy. He blew up. His name was Diddy. So there's a whole nother level to the science. What I'm saying starts with the understanding words, like being literate, making sure we know what we're saying. And this is spells. This is really spelling. This is how you really get spellbound, like KSOLO, spellbound. Right? This is what it is. So, but that's why go and get this book. Right? God is music. Y'all don't understand. There's a reason you can only listen. The Bible is different. That's what I'm saying. And that's just 2 words, man. That's just 2 words. But that's what I'm saying. That's how we getting over. That's how folks getting over. You got 1,000 niggas breaking down the Diddy shit. Ain't nobody start that right there yet. Ain't nobody deal with Diddy and Bad Boy Records. Bad Boy. So the CEO of Bad Boy Records is arrested for sex and drugs. What a shocker. What a shocker. It's really surprising. All right, you signed up for a life of crime. You signed up for a life of crime. Right? That's why Drake is smart. Drake is a genius. Listen, when they say Drake, notice that Drake never challenged that. They say Drake is not a rapper. He's a pop artist. He right with that. When they start saying Drake's not a rapper, he's a pop artist, he just started making more other types of music. He doubled down on it. That nigga started making Afro beats, whatever that's what they do in the Caribbean. He started doing some of that. He started getting deeper into his R&B bag. He was like, yeah, you're right. I am not a rapper. I'm not going to jail or getting shot with any of you.
Wakey. This is how it goes. You know what I'm saying? The thing is that it's just not, people don't know what's happening. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just don't know what's happening because they're not, you know what I'm saying? So, all these guys, like going back to Little Dirk, right? Check this out. Little Dirk, right? Because Little Dirk is big news right now. So Little Dirk is big news because he's in jail, right? And so OTF is his crew, you know, and that's what they, you know, all of the headlines is that OTF members snitched on Little Dirk, right? And OTF and this is and that. Do you know that OTF started in New York? OTF did not start in Chicago. OTF started in New York with a guy named Shay Davis. Look this up. Shay Davis got famous for having a shootout in the train station with police.
But you sent a naked picture. But you sent a naked picture of yourself to another man. Why would you do that?
Everybody blurred out, thought that you was gonna, everybody thought that blurred out onto a picture of another man's member. Everybody thought that you was gonna come up here with something blurred out. That's what we thought we was gonna show. Blurred out. I mean, excuse me.
Hold on. Again. See,
everybody thought that you was gonna come up here with something blurred out. Everybody thought that you was gonna come up here with something blurred out. That's what we thought we was gonna show. I mean, excuse me.
Hold on.
Blurred out. Everybody thought that you was gonna come up here with something blurred out. I would say that continue doing what you're doing, brother, even though I may disagree with some of it, but I think that you do enough good that can overlap what even I may think is bad. So I'm coming from a place of love with that. You know what I'm saying? Because if you said earlier, initially, when you first began talking, you said that your goal is to get people to eat healthier. And if that's what you stand on, brother, then I stand with you on that 100%. Dead ass. But as regards to the topic, I do want to say that when it comes to using SMD and you're talking about the younger brothers, that was part of my vocabulary coming up, and it still is today when I'm ready to fight. So, and I'm gonna be honest with you, bro, like the young brother said that. Was he wrong for saying it? Yes. Was he wrong for sending the D pics? Yes, he was wrong for saying that, but I don't think that that's something that you should make a big deal of, especially when to this day, when he sent you the D-pic months after, and you're still holding in your phone the picture of another man's D. You still have that in your phone, bro.
That part right there.
So it's difficult. Right there. So it's difficult for us to come.
Q, let me ask you a question. Q.
All right, go ahead. I was trying to say what I was.
I got you. During any part of this video, did I say I have that picture in my phone? Come on now, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with y'all, man? This is what I'm saying.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question. Can I answer it? You asked me a question.
Go ahead.
All right. So you asked me a question. So one would believe, based off of what you have said, that you are still holding on to that picture.
Why would one need to believe that when I have audio of Victor saying, basically, he's saying, yeah, I sent you my pictures and da 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 da. I also have video of him confirming that he sent me his pictures and all that. So
If
let me
it's
answer
a
your
matter
question.
of, so why would I need to have the actual picture, brother? Come on, listen, this is what I'm saying about us.
Well, let me answer your question though. So you don't want me to answer the question that you just.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm not being childish and or petty. That's not what I'm attempting to do. But what you said was that you got receipts, and you got receipts of him saying this, and you got receipts of him actually sending it to you. So if you have these receipts, one would think that you are still holding on to a picture of another man's member. Everybody thought that you was gonna come up here with something blurred out. That's what we thought we was gonna show. I mean, excuse me.
Hold on. Again, see, listen, this is what I'm saying. My audience, we into studying, we into reading, right?
And that's a wonderful thing. It's a wonderful thing.
I'm just saying, beautiful thing, brother. One of the things that I teach, though, I preach this. I say this all the time. You don't see with your eyes. You don't hear with your ears. You see and you hear with your mind. I did not say that I was going to present that. Sarnetta didn't say that. The title of the video didn't say that. So something in your mind, in your experiences, or maybe or maybe something that you desire.
The African American has been one of the most astonishing cultural phenomena in centuries. Do other races just not get the joke, or is there something more? Join us as we go deeper into the world of Black people laughing.
Everybody thought that you was gonna come up here with something blurred out.
It's a beautiful thing, brother. What? It's a beautiful thing, brother. You don't see with your eyes. You don't hear with your ears. You see and you hear with your mind. I did not say that I was going to present that. Sarnetta didn't say that. The title of the video didn't say that. So something in your mind, in your experiences, or maybe, or maybe something that you desire is what set that to motion, where you said to yourself that you was going to sit down and watch a video with the brothers of another man's jizz. So you thought you was coming on here. You was excited to hopefully see his jizz. We never communicated that we was putting jizz on the program. Like, I don't know why you thought you was coming on the program to see a program. There will be no programs on display. I'm sorry. Listen, disclaimer to all the people that thought they was coming on here to see it. I'm sorry. Me and Sarnetta thought we was coming on here to educate the people and bring information to the people. We are sorry that there are people. We are sorry that there are people that actually thought they was coming onto the screen to see a sausage.
You're saying the same thing over and over again. You're saying the same thing over and over again. You only have
clearly because it needs to be said over and over because you came on here and you mad with me. You're mad with me because you didn't get to see Victor's private parts. So now you up here asking basically for a refund, damn near. You want me to refund you your attention span because you didn't get to see a penis. What is going on here? This is what the problem is. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying right here. This is what I'm saying.
Nice try, but
Diddy.
no.
That's not what you were saying at all, bro. Diddy.
Not at all, bro.
This is the Diddy, brother. This is the Diddy mindset.
Nice try, but no. No one expected for you to show.
Now you want a refund on your attention span because you mad. Listen, you already said it. You already said. You already said you came up here expecting to see a blurred out joint. And you was disappointed because you couldn't see a blurred out joint.
Are you okay, dude?
Now, what I'm saying is, this is a prime example, literally, of the whole video. What I'm saying is this. I'm up here teaching health information until I'm blue in the face.
I'm screaming till my lips is dry. I'm getting dehydrated about health, about us getting sick, about dying from heart disease and brain disease and the milk and the immune system. And the only thing you doing this entire time that I'm talking about the health and how to improve the community is you at home sitting, waiting, thinking, I hope he put that penis on the screen. When is Inky getting ready to put that thing on the screen? And if he don't put that thing on the screen within the next few minutes, I'm getting ready to call Inky out because he done disappointed everybody by telling us or leading us to believe he was going to put a penis on the screen, and we haven't seen a penis all damn night. Q, I am sorry. I apologize to you and Brother La, because Brother La looks like he agrees with you somehow, that he's also disappointed. I never expected this to happen. I never expected to see this kind of behavior. This is the problem. What I'm saying, that we clearly have some issues. Listen, we clearly have some issues going on. We are expecting Saad. You missed it. Listen, you walked away, and Cube said he is mad with me because he's disappointed that he watched this video all night, and I did not show Victor's private parts. Did you hear what I just said, Saad? Cube said on the live stream that he's mad that he watched the video all this time. And I didn't show Victor's private parts once. He said that this is foolishness and the deplorableness. Brother La, why don't you just drop down, Brother La? Just drop down, brother. That's all. You don't have to be here. You don't have to be here, Brother La. Brother La, you don't have to be here. Brother La, you don't have to be here. You can drop down.
This is what it's a due to for likes and algorithms on the internet, brother. Cube never said anything in regards to that at all, brother. This is what you doing on the internet, though, for likes and algorithms, brother?
Brother, we all heard Cube just say that. What you mean? This is a video. What are you talking about, Brother La? We all heard him just say that.
He never said anything.
Brother La, you gonna look crazy later on. Please don't go any further, because we all heard him just say that, and y'all know how I do this. So don't go any further. Don't keep saying he didn't say it, because that's going to cause me to play it 6,788 times back and forth.
Cube never said anything in regards to that at all, brother.
That's going to cause me to play it 6,788 times back and forth after you keep, and then me playing you back, and you said, he never said that, and then I got to play him saying it.
Everybody thought that you was going to come up here with something blurred out. That's what we thought we was going to show. I mean,
hold on.
Cube never said anything in regards to that at all, brother.
Everybody thought that you was going to come up here with something blurred out.
Cube never said anything
When is Inky getting ready to put that thing on the screen?
in regards to that at all, brother.
That's going to cause me to play it 6,788 times. He's crazy. It's back and forth.
Everybody thought that you was going to come up here with something blurred out.
The African American life has been one of the most astonishing cultural phenomenon in centuries. Do other races just not get the joke, or is there something more? Join us as we go deeper into the world of black people laughing.
I've been in this game. Yeah, you animals to the shit.
Everybody thought that you was going to come up here with something blurred out.
Man, the gods have blessed us. We must act now. We must act now to save us, to save our souls.
Everybody thought that you was going to come up here with something blurred out.
You could drink the milk. Allah say
Allah said, and it's translated, that Allah said in the Quran that he separated the blood from the milk so you could drink the milk. So now you're going to get to, is it nutritious or not? And I'm saying, who are you, a mere man, to tell me about something that Allah, that's a mercy from milk, is a mercy from Allah. And you going to tell me that it's not nutritious?
What is in milk that is so good? It's not just calories. And now clinical trials have been done that has shown that you can actually cure AIDS with raw milk.
What? Whole milk, white milk is liquid sunlight. Is the meal of the black dog.
Now you see now, you done fucked up in the bedroom.
Is milk nutritious?
Allah said, and it's translated that Allah said in the Quran that he separated the blood from the milk so you could drink the milk. So now you're going to get to, is it nutritious or not? And I'm saying, who are you, a mere man, to tell me about something that Allah, that's a mercy from milk, is a mercy from Allah. And you going to tell me that it's not nutritious? I've been in this game for years, you animal. Like, who are you?
So
who are you?
I've been in this game for years, you
animal. So cow's milk is a mercy from Allah,
right,
for humans to drink,
right.
And now clinical trials have been done that has shown that you can actually cure AIDS with raw milk.
What? Yeah.
And the passage inside the Quran that says, let this be a lesson to you. I separated the milk from the blood and the excrement. Right, that verse is the verse you're referring to, correct?
Yeah.
And so that verse is telling humans to drink cow milk.
This nigga's crazy. This nigga's crazy.
I'm asking you for the record. As far as you're concerned, that verse where it says, let this be a lesson for you. I separated the milk from the excrement.
I've been in this game for years, you animal.
So that verse is the verse you're referring to as the license for, because you said also, not only is it in the Quran, but you also said in the Bible that the Bible says that it's lawful, that this is what we're supposed to be having, cows. Correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just saying for the record.
And the Bible say, yo, about animals that chew the cud, split the hooves, Leviticus chapter 11, something like that. You can go check it out and give a list of all types of animals that's permissible to eat. Nigga, the cow is halal. That's facts. That's in the Quran. It's a whole surah titled cow. It's a whole surah. The longest one. The second one, the longest one, the cow.
I said, I drink buffalo milk.
That you didn't believe in. You said that you posted that buffalo milk is alkaline.
I posted that video. I posted that video. I said, I drink buffalo milk.
Okay, so why would you lie to the people?
Because I want to see people like you, like haters, people like you, talk about me. Because last week I went to New York.
So you purposely lied to the people. Hold on. So you purposely lied to the people about diet.
I want to lie to the people. How I lie to the people?
Is that the truth? Do you drink buffalo milk?
Okay, show me proof I drink your buffalo milk.
No, I'm asking you. Do you drink buffalo milk?
No,
do you drink buffalo milk? Yes or no?
Is the meal of the black dog.
Now you see now, you done fucked up in the bedroom.
Is milk nutritious? Hold on. Do you drink buffalo milk? Yes or no?
Buffalo milk.
No.
You
I'm not. Oh.
Listen.
I've been in this game for years.
I've been here going back and forth with you. You said you exposed me. I commented.
No. You
No,
asked to come. Hold on. You asked to come on here. You asked to come on live.
And now clinical trials have been done that have shown that you can actually cure AIDS with raw milk.
You asked to come here. Okay, so relax.
You
asking you a question. You said you purposely misled the people into believing that you drink buffalo milk when you don't. If you don't want to acknowledge
no, okay, fuck that. You said you exposed me because I drink buffalo milk.
So let's talk about the snake.
Show me proof I drink buffalo milk.
Hold on.
Whole milk, white milk is liquid sunlight. Is the meal of the black.
How to eat and live by Elijah Muhammad? Dang Valley.
I bet you didn't know that your favorite coffees, juices, beers, sodas, all that is made with tap water.
I've been in this game. Yeah, animals to the animal, baby. I've been in this game for years. Yeah, animal, I've been in this game for years. Yeah, animal. I've been in this game for years, maybe. To the shit.
Bro, I will squabble you for real. Like, let's just cross the line. Because I don't like how you talking to the Muslims.
Yankee. Where Yankee? That's Yankee still talking.
Yeah, that's Yankee. Disrespecting
the
the
trying to
Muslims.
sound like Uptown. Yankee.
Fake ass wannabe Dr. Sebi ass nigga.
Crazy, man. Damn, don't throw me in the
Yankee.
This nigga, no. Uptown, this nigga try to sound like you up.
Yeah, Yankee is crazy. Yeah.
This nigga Yankee try to sound like you. Bro.
Yankee is fucking nuts.
You lucky I can't come off work. I'm good looking, bro.
The man Broccoli came in here and took a little pay under the table to help him out.
Is crazy.
Oh, that's
yeah, he call that nigga Broccoli.
So look, all that.
That's his name, ain't it?
All that is funny. All that is funny and shit. But a lot of niggas may get.
Bro, niggas did, man, they said Jesus was corny, bro. I ain't paying these niggas no attention, bro. I'm tired of religion.
That's what I said.
Like, the mosque right there on 127. The up.
Whole milk, white milk, all these black people are running from milk. And do you know what milk is? Whole milk, white milk is liquid sunlight.
The other dude in DC, the mosque right there, you said the name. Like, I'm not talking no more, bro. Like, at the end of the day, what we do is gonna last.
That I know can help us. And I thank God for Mr. L. Ron Hubbard.
But end of the day, bro, test the time, bro. We've been around forever and more, bro. We're not going nowhere. It's never gonna happen. I don't care what these dudes talking about, bro. Everybody invented a 40-day fast, but nobody want to give love to Elijah Muhammad how to eat to live.
Every time you go to the supermarket without the electrician grocery shopping list, it's like putting a loaded gun to your head.
Red seaweed that grows, sea moss is a type of red seaweed that grows in the Atlantic Ocean. Sea moss is a type of Sea moss is a type of red seaweed that grows in the Atlantic Ocean along the rocky coast of Europe and North America.
Oh, no, we got the video. That's what the video is for. That's what the video is for. Everything can always be easily verified. So that's listen. But I'm in the middle of thanking you for coming over here because
you can edit them however you want to edit them. Sai gonna have this up right here, showing me wow you up on here. You heard, so you can edit the videos however you want to edit the videos, and they gonna see the whole video if they got time. You heard.
That's a fact.
I mean, if I was you, I would stay away from this. You heard. Zip just had you on here looking crazy. Knock it off. Find something else to do.
Listen,
have some niggas eating some soybean or something.
Listen, when you
teach some niggas how to grow some soybean or something.
Listen, when you come off of this, because first of all, so you don't understand. You in the wrong. You a fish out of water. We don't eat soybean. We don't promote soybean. Listen, we don't eat soybean. We don't promote soybean. None of that. We don't deal with soy at all. That's not part of, listen, that's not a part of our movement. So that's you being a fish out of water. When you say these things, like when you say that, those are the things that you're saying. Yo,
Dr. Inky, you look like you could use a steak, man. I'm telling you, brother. You look like you could. You look like you ran a marathons. Like you look like them dudes that run the marathons.
I do run. I run.
That's not a healthy look.
I run.
That ain't a healthy look, bro.
Zip.
I ain't trying to insult you or none of that, bro.
No. Listen, respectfully, I'm glad you opened that door because you could use some sea moss.
Yo, homie, listen what I'm saying. Black people is not even residents of where sea moss is originally from, bro. Black people, like that's not something that black people had in their diet, homie. See, yo. If you want to find the origins of something, you look for the most diversity in that particular thing, you heard? The most diversity you're going to find with people is like modern day, it's Tassetti, like modern day Congo, Rwanda, Uganda, or that area right there, you heard? That's where the most diversity of people is at. That is the direct center of Africa. It wasn't no sea moss nowhere around there, homie. Where we look up on your phone, where sea moss come from? Where do they get that from? Where they was getting that from? Where man originated at? Where they was getting that from? They traveling thousands and thousands of miles to the ocean to get sea moss.
So hold on. So Zip, let me ask you a question.
Hold up. Hold on. Let me ask my phone a question first.
Why you gotta ask your phone a question after you done made a statement and you done made it emphatically?
Where is sea moss from?
Hold on. You done put the drip on it. Look, you done put the swag, the drip on it. You done put the bravado to it. You done made your statement.
No, because I just want the people to see it on the screen. Sea moss is a type of red seaweed that grows in the Atlantic Ocean along the rocky coast of Europe and North America. African niggas wasn't messing with no sea moss. What we need that for?
Okay, hold on. I'm just saying, Zip, respectfully. This is why I'm saying you in a different space over here. This is a place where people are well researched. The surface level research that you're doing like that, this is why I gave you the Muhammad Ali reference. Like you don't even realize when you punching yourself out and you. First of all, sea moss is a nickname, right? Sea moss is a nickname for algae, right? Algae grows in all of.
You don't gotta give me. I don't need a marine biology. I don't need a lecture on that. I know exactly what sea moss is. I was just trying to let people know where it comes from and where we don't come from.
But listen, but you're incorrect because sea moss comes from all along the equator. everywhere where dark skin is, you have algae. Everywhere where black folks come from, you have algae.
All algae ain't sea moss.
All in the Nile. Listen,
all algae ain't
all in
sea
the
moss.
Nile River. Listen, all in the Nile River.
All algae ain't sea moss though. So just because sea moss is an algae, don't mean that all algae is sea moss.
So let me ask you a question.
Sea moss is a type of algae.
Sea moss is a nickname if you want to be technical. See, you want to play. When you know something, you want to delve into it. When you don't know it, you want to run away from it. Sea moss
with
is
the
a
green
nickname.
stuff, the green stuff on the north side of the tree is what?
That's moss. That's tree moss.
That's algae.
No, it's not algae. That's moss. Those are different types. That's why I'm saying you a fish out of water. You don't know where you at. Hold on, Sai. Take this now. Sai, stop protecting Zip right now. You protecting Zip. I want the people to see Zip face. I want the people to see Zip face while he's saying that algae grow on trees. When Zip out here saying that algae grow on trees, I want them to see his face. When Zip say that algae is the same as the moss that grow on trees, I want people to see his face. Zip, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're out of your league. I'm surprised Saab didn't say his #1 line. You got to stay in your lane, brother. You're out of your lane, brother. You don't know what you're talking about right now. All along the Caribbean, all along the Nile.
Green stuff on the north side of the tree is what?
That's moss. That's tree moss.
That's algae.
No, it's not algae. That's moss. Those are different types.
With the green stuff, the green stuff on the north side of the tree is what?
That's moss. That's tree moss.
That's algae. With the green
nickname.
stuff, the green stuff on the north side of the tree is what?
That's moss. That's tree moss.
That's algae.
No, it's not algae. That's moss. Those are different types. That's why I'm saying you a fish out of water. You don't know where you at. Hold on, Sai. Take this now. Sai, stop protecting Zip right now. You protecting Zip. I want the people to see Zip face. I want the people to see Zip face while he's saying that algae grow on trees. When Zip out here saying that algae grow on trees, I want them to see his face. When Zip say that algae is the same as the moss that grow on trees, I want people to see his face. Zip, you have no idea what you're talking about. You're out of your league. I'm surprised Saab didn't say his #1 line. You got to stay in your lane, brother. You're out of your lane, brother. You don't know what you're talking about right now. All along the Caribbean, all along the Nile, all over the place, algae grows. Sea moss is a nickname that was given to it by the people along the coastline that was harvesting it because they saw the algae clinging to the rocks. So they likened it.
Where?
All
you
around
in the house of consciousness, God damn it.
All around the world, Zip. Algae grows all in the hot waters, which is along the equator, as well as the cold waters. So there is cold water algae that grows, the Chondrus crispus, the kelp, the bladderwracks. All of those things grow in the cold water. North America, Europe, Ireland. Then you have Eucoma cottoni, Gracilaria, and
which one of them bodies of water? Which one of them bodies of water is by the Congo, Rwanda, Uganda? Yeah, which one of them is by modern day Tassetti? Them bodies of water you talking about by the equator and all that?
Yo, A.A. Rashid is with Griselda. Oh, it's that time to start robbing niggas now.
If I jack for life for them cars, you know how he go.
Hold on.
Inky, look in the screen.
Okay.
Inky said he dives in the ocean himself to get his sea moss.
Okay, but what does that mean? You got Bro Sanchez. He's a flat earther. He's a goofball. What you doing with Sanchez there?
Yo, Inky, please don't call that name out in here. Please, brother. Don't do that. You know how Sanchez get it in, brother. Please don't do that.
I already watched
Hey, yo,
on multiple
Shanetta, you hear me?
occasions.
Yeah.
Shanetta, you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, yo, man.
Listen,
I don't
already
know
watched
everything,
him on
you heard? I just
multiple
know what I
occasions.
know, you heard?
Hold on,
I
hold
don't
on.
know everything. I just know what I know. I know the lane that I'm in. Dudes try to get me out of that lane. I don't know why. But I'm doing, you heard? I'm doing what I'm doing on the internet, you heard? I don't care about what dudes is doing. They talking about teach the babies. Let them teach the babies how to wipe themselves when they ready to kill something. Send them to me, you heard? I need the warriors. I'm the sergeant of arms, you heard? I don't.
Hold on. For a second, let's just hit the
ain't none of
share
my
screen.
concern, you heard?
I was like, he just gonna be here to go on the mall. Because I was like, I keep hearing, basic shit. And I'm like,
Oh, snap. Inky be diving to get his CMOS.
He don't look like he got diving gear on right there, though.
And then he knows relation type of motherfucker to shoot a video where he passing out money and doing all kind of.
Hey, yo, man, y'all keep it cool, though, man. I'm off for this, man.
All right. Hey, yo, shout out to you, Zip with the drip. Thank you for pulling up, brother. Peace.
Yo, keep safe,
Don't run, Zip. Where you going?
This is not running.
And I just wanted to acknowledge the fact that Zip the Drip did get you just now. And I don't want that to go over that. I just want to say, Zip just bodied your ass, bro. And it was funny to watch. That man made you look stupid up here when he brought up the fact that where melanated people at, algae don't grow in all those places.
Sea moss is a type of red seaweed that grows in the Atlantic Ocean along the rocky coast of Europe and North America. Listen what I'm saying. Black people is not even residents of where sea moss is originally from, bro.
Yo, A.A. Rashid is with Griselda.
That man made you look stupid up here when he brought up the fact that where melanated people at, algae don't grow in all those places.
Sea moss is a type of red seaweed that grows in the Atlantic Ocean along the rocky coast of Europe and North America. Listen what I'm saying. Black people is not even residents of where sea moss is originally from, bro.
Yo, A.A. Rashid is with Griselda.
That man made you look stupid up here when he brought up the fact that where melanated people at, algae don't grow in all those places.
Sea moss is a type of red seaweed that grows in the Atlantic Ocean along the rocky coast of Europe and North America. Listen what I'm saying. Black people is not even residents of where sea moss is originally from, bro.
Yo, A.A. Rashid is with Griselda.
That man made you look stupid up here when he brought up the fact that where melanated people at, algae don't grow in all those places.
Sea moss is a type of red seaweed that grows in the Atlantic Ocean along the rocky coast of Europe and North America. Listen what I'm saying. Black people is not even residents of where sea moss is originally from, bro.
Yo, A.A. Rashid is with Griselda.
That man made you look stupid up here when he brought up the fact that where melanated people at, algae don't grow in all those places.
Sea moss is a type of red seaweed that grows in the Atlantic Ocean along the rocky coast of Europe and North America. Listen what I'm saying. Black people is not even residents of where sea moss is originally from, bro.
Yo, A.A. Rashid is with Griselda.
And that name is Neil, man. I knew this day would come, brother. Once you had sent me that 36-page, well-written treatise, I knew the drugs had worn off. I had to be as critical as possible so that maybe you would leave all this alone. See, we could leave all of that in the past, man. All I want to know is, does 1 × 1 = 2, man? You see, you just couldn't leave well enough alone to get you Terrence. You know you can't just go around rewriting mathematics, right? It's not for us to do, Terrence. I have to get rid of you once and for all. You ain't gonna kill me, man. Oh, I am going to. Because there's only room for one black genius at a time, Terrence. And that black genius is gonna be